And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I am glad to see you all. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. The country or the world, and I really appreciate that. And we have some interesting things we're going to be talking about and researching tonight on the late night special. Without further ado, I'm going to be switching the screens over. Alright, here I am. I'm going to put up another window so you all could see me a little bit better, but you could still see me fine now. And I hope all of you have been having... I look very blue. Alright. I hope all of you have been having a fantastic week. And, today's Friday, last day of the week. Alright. Go here. Give me a moment. Alright, here I am. And a little bit of a better lighting. Yeah. Hello, Amanda. It's wonderful to see you. I'm glad that this time you're not late and you're here with me. And also, I'm going to put the thing on the screen so people could see the chat. What's going on. That's there. Alright. Okay. Alright. So, I'm going to be starting the game in a moment, as I usually do. And I'll talk about the different topics I'm going to talk about tonight. And go through the stream until it's over with. And also, we have some more things going on here. And Amanda says, Halion, I see you. You know, you're the best part of my week. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And also, I'm very glad that this is the best, one of the best parts of my week, is being here with you and the others with the late night special. Hello, Adam. Welcome. Good to see you. I'm glad that you're here. I'm about to start the game as I usually do and talk to you all about the different things as I do usually, always in these kind of streams. And Amanda said, I think your sound might be a little low. Okay. Alright, I moved the thing closer to me. I'm going to see if there's anything going on here. No, I'm just talking kind of low. That's what I'm doing. I know, Adam. I knew that one was you. I remember you told me about it before. And as I said, I can talk a little bit louder. So I'm glad to see all of you. This is one of the greatest parts of my week, and I've had a good week with the different things, with the different streams that I attend and go on, and the different stuff that I do. And this is my alien crew right here, the late night crew, a little cult club. A lot of people call it different things. So yeah, and so some of the trials I've been looking at was pretty wild today. And also, basically, I'm going to be researching different things tonight after I play the game. It's going to be very eclectic. It's going to just be a variety of different things. And also, without further ado, I'm going to start this game. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate that. Putting in the password for the game, putting that on there. Okay. See how this all goes. And then I'll be reviewing the articles of the topics I'm speaking about, and then I'll go into other things, and the stream will end at some point this morning. Alright. So I'm glad that my bad weather finally cleared up. And today it's been very hot. And when the cat, as I said, so Amanda, one of the older cats passed away. And he was the last one of his group, and I've told some of the others about it. So basically, cat's name was Harry, and basically with Harry, he was older and he passed away, and I was telling some people at some other stream I was at that I wasn't able to keep on going. I had to go and bury it and have the funeral for it because we have like a little pet cemetery for them, and which consists of pretty much the whole yard. So basically, I did that, and it was very, very, very hot, and it's humid, and I drank water, and I went in the shade when I had to, but it was very, very hot. Oh yeah, thank you, Amanda. Thank you. And I'm gonna be curious about now. I did see my friend. Yeah, okay, Sam's here. I'm gonna tell him hello. Now Sam's back on the game. I see. So that's good. He's a dude that comes on here sometimes. It helps me out with the different things. Hello, Stranded. Welcome. Good to see you. I'm glad that you're here with us. And wish. All right. Oh yeah, it's very sad when an animal passes away. It certainly is. And also he became blind later on, and Mary Toodles did an excellent job of taking care of him. And also, there's a very hot. Oh, so Stranded. Basically, what happened was this cat named Harry he's the oldest cat we have. He's from well over a decade ago. He was the last one of his group, and he passed away this week. And buried him. It was very hot, but I persisted and I did what I had to do. But yeah, it's very, very hot here. Of course, it's hot everywhere, but the humidity makes things, it intensifies things. Ooh. Oh, that almost got me, but it didn't. Haha. So that's what happened, Stranded. And also, I'll tell you all some of the things, the trials that happened today. And Mary always does an excellent job taking care of the cats. I also like do things with them too, but she does most of it. All right, so Sam's in the game with me right now, and he's on board helping me out. Oh no, that is evil, Amanda. That sure is evil. How people could be inconsiderate towards animals. That's really evil. Oh, we sunk both of them. Oh, not quite yet. Not quite yet, but almost there. Okay, we got it. Well, I'm glad that Sam's with me because although I like the other people that were here, this guy knows what he's doing, and we usually we always win most of the time. Yeah, man. And dogs are so cool. Although I don't have them, we don't have them personally. I've Some of my relatives had dogs, and I've been around them, and some friends had dogs, and oh yeah, I think dogs are lovely. I remember the Max, the Native American dog, Indian dog, whatever you people call the, them different things. They were He was a cute dog, and in Kentucky I used to run endlessly in the hills with him. He's still alive, and yeah, I mean, and I'm glad that the cat lived as long as he did. But basically, it's just very, and people get very triggered about dogs if something happens. So I understand that, completely. But it's good that your sister is looking out for the animals like you do. And I was spending time with Bubbles today, and Sam's telling me something, everybody. So I have to I'm in a situation, so I'm gonna kind of drift off a little bit to, and I'm still gonna get to what y'all are saying in the chat, okay? And just let it keep coming, and I'll get to y'all in a moment. There's something I got to. Okay. All right, he's asking me. Okay, now I'm going to be going back to chat. He was an adorable puppy, poor little baby. I couldn't believe that. That's what my sister told me. Stranded said, over the years, I've been a few of my cats passed from old age, always hard to say goodbye. Yeah. She's a magnet for stray dogs. People in Georgia just dump a lot of dogs. She finds them. Yeah. Basically, what happened was this situation. And Georgia, I like Georgia, but like I think Georgia's a little bit goofy, the state, and there's some issues. Like the YSL thing I'm watching, I just think they're cringe, and also some people there seem kind of odd to me, Amanda. So like from what Peach told me, some of the people there aren't really trustworthy in certain parts or whatever. So I see it's just down here people wouldn't do that where I am, but I'm not. It just is what it is. We have some strange people here and there. My opinion. All right, I'm gonna go after another ship. And yeah, it makes me angry too. I agree. Okay. Okay, I think this could get me. Okay, and he's telling me more about the bullies. So he's telling me in the game that those people that were trying to hijack the ship are still around on land. And he said their guild is called Upper Edition. Or Upper Ichilan. Sounds like a band. That's it's weird. That's a 30 Seconds to Mars saying Ichilan. It's one of their songs. Yeah, he said he saw them at Port Royal right before he saw me. Amanda said there's a ton of criminals that go there to hide out. So much thick forests that it's really easy. Oh, okay. Because yeah, she told me that the people there are not trustworthy, and she doesn't. She just kind of isolates herself, and it's just the people just seem cringe. And I feel my opinion. They're not being right to Jeffrey Williams in Atlanta. It just seems shady to me. Adam, I've been pronouncing it. Hmm. Let's see. Ish Alon. Okay, that you're right. Yes, correct. I have been. I pronounced it correctly in the past when I heard it. I must have not have done it right this time. So it's been a while. So thank you, Adam. Ishalon. Thank you. I don't even know what it means, but I may have forgotten the meaning of it. I may have known it before. Okay, he's saying, yeah, I thought that Emmons dealt with them, but I was wrong. I'm telling the mods and you go to the locker. Ish. Ish. Lon. Or maybe the guy I heard in the video said it wrong. But thank you. Thank you, Adam, for the information. If I say something wrong, y'all let me know. Yeah, Stranded, I agree. I hope that they uh, sue him. I hope they sue them. I agree. So he's telling me, and basically, yeah. So he's saying in the game that those people are still around. The mods didn't deal with them, so that sucks. With the people that are trying to hijack the ships. Man has said Atlanta is complete trash. Everyone is so rude and ghetto. Everywhere else in Georgia, the people I've met have been so nice. Okay, thank you. Oh, I know there's very good, nice people in Georgia, but there's also seems to be some sketchy people, as I said. So in the other areas like the country and Atlanta, it seems like there's bad characters in both places. But also there's good people there too. I know there's many good people there. All right, getting some ships. Nice, we sunk it. I'm coming up with different strategies after some things that occurred. Just over time, just doing this. All right. Mary Toodles is taking maybe a little bit of a rest, but she'll be kind of around. And also, yeah, Amanda, that really is, thank you for sharing everybody about the situation. And also, so remember with the Jeffrey Williams thing, like they're trying to make the guy look like he was involved in gang activity, and some rappers are involved in that. That's true. But basically, from the evidence they've shown in the court, it's just complete nonsense. And he just seems like an artist, just like a regular rapper. And like, they play these people one time about the fried chicken, and that has nothing to do with anything about fried chicken. Because they had these people talking a call about it. It's like that's nothing to do with anything, and everybody like thinks the state of Georgia is really corrupted. There's a bias against him, and with the in rap, can depict certain things that are not the best conduct in society, and also at the same time there's theatrical, fictional plays and things that like the pirates and stuff that talk about different things. So, and I wasn't like always a big fan of rap, but when I saw the different, just kind of going on a tangent here, I see like a lot of it, like sometimes people talk about fictional things, some of them talk about real things. Like they're not really doing stuff. Some people were just talking about like a story. Some people were really doing things. So, but basically, as I was saying, just the evidence they showed in the court and all, it's just like nonsense. There does seem to be a bias about it. So, I certainly see the Georgia kind of having some issues, but there are very nice, cool people there, and there's also sketchy people. And hello, Duke. Good to see you. Flamingo Lives Matter. And the Chad Daybell the attorney Pryor, is being rude again and confrontational with the witnesses and the judge. And he causes more problems. And he doesn't really want much of a challenge. He wants, like, to get things out the easier way. This reminds me of playing chess, really. This game. Ooh, that was smooth. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Run, run. I gotta go up a little bit because this thing's gonna run right into me. Okay. Okay, get some momentum. Ooh, gotta be careful. I'm gonna go out a little bit more. Yeah, it is like a toolbox. And you see, Adam, I get a lot of mods because I sometimes will have issues with trolls, so it's a repellent. And also, basically, that's why I have a lot of them in there, so they could get rid of things if they happen. And hopefully some power up comes, because I'm about to have some problems. Maybe, I'm not going to have problems with it. I'm going to get it. Usually I get these things, but I need to get a little bit ahead of it. Okay, that's good. It's good. It's getting a little bit too close for comfort. Yeah. And he's spreading fire at me. Okay, go. Okay. I usually take these things out into the ocean, further out in the ocean, then I go and fight these things. Yeah, shout out to Duke, the greatest troll of all time. And it doesn't mean, Adam, I'm not gonna. I will make you one. Especially like sometimes you're here when the other ones aren't. But like since you're brand new, I didn't get around to do that. And also kind of like yeah, I just but it's fine. I'll give you the wrench whenever I get a chance to. I'm in a bit of a situation. I have some soy bounty hunters chasing me. Okay, I'm a little bit of a distance now. Okay, here we go. Here's the big moment. Here we go. Get him. There we go. Like, we got him. So you gotta have strategy and tactics. Do a background check. Yeah, he's under the bridge. Sam just said, A, in open waters where real estate is dirt cheap. Oh, it's kind of cloudy right now in the game. They don't usually have this effect. It's kind of cloudy. Must be hurricane season down here. Well, I'd say all. I'd say pretty much all of us, if not most of us, all of us. Well, especially me. Well, I'm a cracker myself, so you're in the right place, Amanda. You're gonna be cracked up a lot. You don't want to be a mod. Okay, yeah, that's why the wrench thing is like people that asked for it, they could get it because some people don't want to be a mod. Okay, Adam. All right. I like how I just missed all that. Okay, okay, okay. They're gonna miss it. They're gonna miss it. Okay, okay. We're gonna go tight. We're gonna go tight. All right. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Playing some chess. Playing chess. Playing chess. Uh oh. Not good. Yeah. Pineapple Express. I missed again. Get back to you all in a moment, and y'all could just chat and do y'all's thing. Bit of a situation. We got some soy bounty hunters. Okay, okay. Okay, good. We got it. Okay. There we go. Alright. Now we're gonna see. Yeah, show my support and yes. You'll pay for the price for misgendering that hurricane. True. True. I gotta be careful. You're right. Pineapple Express line alien. Nice, yeah. Yeah. Right now, Amanda, you're on the Alien Express, so you better buckle up, Buttercup. I'm so funny. Yeah. Well, some people were drafted to be mods because it was like you have like stupid degenerates that come in here. Not hasn't happened really often, but it hasn't happened recently, I should say. But basically, with these stupid morons, the like I was talking to Stranded one time on a call, and dude came in with multiple accounts saying he's like at the autistic convention and stupid things about me and all, and she was like he could go back to his job at McDonald's. No, nothing. It's like people at McDonald's, but like it was so like this dude had like no life in the basement. Like he had to go and try to mess with me. But the phone streams, I've sometimes had degenerates on there, and like it was like Samantha was y'all. I don't know if y'all know Samantha. Some I don't know. Some of y'all might know her. I think some of you saw her one time when she was here on the phone stream. But basically, what happened was some troll was talking like saying she was average looking and stupid things and vulgar stuff, and it was just people being stupid. Like they have to go and troll the stream, and all their streams I'm on, they have trolls. It's like you have these army of basement dwellers. Well, yeah. So Duke, he took that personally because he's also a troll. And so basically, what happens is the trolls in the basement they want comfort and they start marching. There's so many trolls now online and Facebook just nonstop. Yeah, and the king of trolls is Duke. That's what Duke means. He's the king of trolls. Yeah, the guy who had to go. Yeah, exactly. All right, where's this stupid ship at? All right, there's another stupid one, right? You see that one right out there? Dude, that's something my cousin Narwhal was his screen name. He passed away, rest in peace. But he used to troll people, and he was a hacktivist, and basically like he would go and like people he would deal with people like that, and he would tell them like about the phone and stuff. What you're saying, he would tell them that. Okay, okay. I got this. I'll be with y'all in a moment. I'm dealing with some soy. Ooh. Okay. Heavy artillery. Mm, okay. Drift. Okay. Well, this is gonna be interesting. I don't know how this is gonna work out, but it's gonna work out. All right. Well, we're gonna get it. It's very close. All right. There's the moon. All right. Exactly, Amanda. that's my mentality about the trolls. You know, basically, well, yeah, Narwhal was never a troll. Of course not. He was always doing the right thing when he had to do with people like that. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. Yeah, and basically, yeah, they had what they had coming to them exactly. And like one time, and you see, in Norway in his life, my cousin, he was sometimes, he had drug issues and he had issues with crime and stuff. And like one time, he sent somebody his criminal record, his address, and his social, and he said, "Come to my house and mess with me and see what happens." And the guy blocked him. Hilarious. Ah, okay. Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. Oh, the Navy's coming. I have to try to figure out. I have to try to figure out where this island is, which I know where it is, but it'll show up. It's somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. I'm heading right. I'm literally like heading right towards it. I'm like at the edge of my seat. Ooh. Uh oh. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. 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 I'll be with you all soon. Okay. We got this. Yeah, run, Forrest, run. Yeah. We could possibly go down, but hopefully we don't do that. Just let you all know. But usually we get these things pretty good. Okay. Quickly. So I don't want to turn too much into the ship and cause us to sink. I think I might go back. Let's see. And closer to the island I'm supposed to go to. And I missed. Get these sea dogs. Shout out to the flamingos. You know, this moment reminds me of death comes to us all we could do is smile back. Oh, I see. I understand what you're saying, Stranded. And right now we're going through the trenches. We're going through the trenches, and I'll be with you all in a moment because I'm a little bit in a situation, a really interesting situation. Okay. All right, this is better coordinated. Okay, here we go. All right, there we go. War, full on war. When the car needs to be fixed. Oh yeah, you see, I understand what you're saying, and like, as they say, everything happens for a reason, and also sometimes like there's a story of when this person was mountain climbing and their arm got stuck right in where the wall was, not the wall, but inside the mountain, and kind of graphic warning, the guy had to cut off his own arm, and sometimes in life to move forward you got to cut off an arm, so to speak. And also, you see that you have to go and some people have to be removed that are not good. Some people have to be removed, and it may hurt, but it's just the best thing that has to happen. And sometimes you'll have good uses and stuff, but it's good. Sometimes one of the founding fathers said, "No company is better than bad company." Okay, okay, okay. Something's gonna. We're gonna get this. We're getting them pretty good. All right, we're gonna finish. You're finished. Royal Navy, you're finished. Finished. Okay. It's almost done. It's almost complete. Okay. I sunk it. I sunk it. Finally. Okay. Now, I want to go dock. Yep, I'm definitely better off without him than I was before. Oh, they made it into a movie, Adam. Okay. Yeah, I like Robin Williams and Jim Carrey. Those are very good actors. All right, now I'm going to go dock at the shore. At the island, rather. Okay. I kind of go in an angle to throw the thing off that's going to directly try to go into me. It's kind of desperation, but I'm going. Okay, I'm going. I'm going. I'm about to make it. I'm racing. We're going to make it. About to plunder. About to succeed. Well, I succeeded, but I'm about to complete the victory. Alright. Going through the maze of zombie pirate ships. Going through this maze. Going through here. Uh-oh. It's okay. It's all good. It's all good. They're going to try to fire, but it's not going to work. And then these people try to come, and everybody You know, a lot of soy hunters, but they're not gonna succeed. All right, I'm almost there. This nerve-wracking trip back to the shore. No, 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 not gonna run into me. 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 No, 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 no. Uh oh. Uh oh. Get out of here. Okay, that was annoying. Now I'm gonna go in this angle and go straight to the island because you have some stupid ships that are trying to throw me off, but you can't shake me. It's kind of like a chase. It's kind of like a high-speed chase. It's kind of like that. Okay, I made it. Finally, I made it. Whew. Okay. See, that's right there. That is Sam right there. My friend. I made it. Alright, well, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to get into some of the topics, and I'll finish the game for now. We're going to different topics. It's kind of late at night. He's playing the game, and then he's gonna go like to bed. All right, all right, all right. So now I'm gonna go different part of the stream. Right now I'm gonna go read the chat, and then I'm gonna go to the other part. Okay, here we go. Okay, reading. Well, Duke, thank you for sharing about that, and also, that's horrible that happened to her. Yeah. Okay. And Duke, I've been had too bad here in Vegas that totaled my cars. Thank God I'm still alive. Well, I'm glad that you're alive, Amanda. That was before daughter cars. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, car accidents can be very dangerous. Yeah, you tell people to be careful because you mean it. Right. Yeah, that was fun. The game. I'm glad that we were able to defeat the entire Navy and all those different groups. And I'm going to be talking about the trial rant, different things. I'm just going to go like look over the topics. Okay, Chad Daybell, research, trial rant, gaming, and crime review. Okay. Walked away from it. I'm thankful. Oh, yeah, Duke, thank you, Duke, for your service. Yeah, I like that. Whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Facts. There's many sayings about that, and one of them I like is a gem can't be polished without friction. And, there's no light without dark. And, like in my own life, I went through different things, not the same thing as some of you have been through, but like I've had betrayals and I went through a relationship failure that really was rough, and it was pure raw energy because when you go through pain and hurt and stuff, it's energy that can be directed towards something. And I directed it towards this YouTube stuff, and as you all can see, it it did pretty well. And yeah, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And glad Duke says it was my pleasure. I served because I love my country. Yeah, that is great that you did that for us. And as you know, we are approaching Memorial Day weekend, and I'm thankful for all the people that served throughout time since the beginning, and those that were lost in action, or those that were injured, or those that were deleted in action. It was very important for our country because many people do not appreciate the country. And like the riot yesterday at UCLA, the people did not appreciate the country. They don't like it here, and they didn't like the guy with the American flag, and they're being mean to people that were pro-American. So that's just disgraceful, and hopefully the people can have a way to get to North Korea or China or Cuba, since this country's so horrible. So hopefully they can be able to leave this being sarcastic, this horrible place, which it's not. And another thing that I like was that each separate day is a separate life as you go through the different days. And then, man, that's a good way to look at things. And basically, I think that seeing a great man or woman face adversity and go through it and overcome it is a great thing. So a lot of people stranded did not overcome what you overcame. A lot of people are still emotionally scarred from things like that you went through or I went through. So the fact that one could overcome something and keep on going is a sign of true strength, because people, you break a muscle down and you build it, it makes it stronger. Thank you, Stranded. Yes. And I remember I learned a lot of different things with the different philosophies and different sayings and quotes and stuff during that time. And with YouTube is a very great educational tool, and I educated myself about all kinds of different things with economics, with sciences, and whatever. I taught myself a lot of different things through YouTube. And also with the ads that I do with YouTube to promote the channel. And yeah, it was all worth it. And I have reached one of the milestones that I set with YouTube with the subscriber number, and I'm thankful for all of you for that. It means a lot to me. I never had over 1,000 followers on anything, so YouTube's my first. It's a big deal. And, as I like to say, the dots connect in the future. They may not always connect in the present moment, but they connect as time goes on. Like, I could look back and be like, hey, that made sense. And, I wanted to be alien spaceship, and I am, and this is like what I want to do. So that's good, because a lot of people my age, they do different things and stuff like that, and like they'll do parties and they'll do different things. That I was like, I sacrificed all that, the temporary gratification, for a long-term goal, and the sacrifice was, well worth it. And there's many ways to the top of the mountain. Like, so if one way doesn't work out, there's, a mountain, there's all kinds of different routes and ways you could get up it. I remember Billy, who he was talking to us about the situation where the Vietnam cave, I could, pull that up in a moment. So the Vietnam cave was so cool, and all these different things, these mountains and stuff, and there's many ways to that mountain. And also, to not be concerned about what other people think, because it's like you have people that are concerned with other people think, people that they don't even like. So it's also to not care what other people think at the same time, and just be you. Thank you, Amanda. Very kind words. Thank you. And the preparation when I was, a teenager and all, studying with aliens and different things, I was researching, that was the pre-YouTube. That prepared me for now also. And, my friend and I, codenamed Douglas, him and I would, talk with aliens, and I had this other group, this guy and this girl I used to talk to over at the school, when I went there. And then that group, and we kind of talked in a little chat room about the aliens. Then it came into this, as you can see right now. And I'm very eclectic. I talk about a variety of different things. So that is very cool, because I, was interested in all kinds of different topics. And I liked focusing on putting everything on one channel. And, because making 1,000 channels for 1,000 topics, you would just be spread everywhere. And I think that, I just was able to do everything on one channel. Because people, like the content. They like to see what I'm doing and stuff like that. So that's something I learned. And then recently I got the Planet 9 video that I did a little while back. Now it's at 8,000 clicks, 8,000 views. So that's really cool. And, because people get all curious about that. Yeah, so that is basically, some words that help me through my point from, like, I'm 26 now, from the back of my past to now, that all the bad things that happened for me. And God has been great, leading me along the way. Like I told my friend, if like the relationship I was in didn't work out, I'd be okay, and I'd overcome it. And here I am. So yeah. And so I'm going to briefly talk about the Vietnam cave, because I mentioned it. And then I'm going to talk about these other things, like with Chad Daybell, which I mentioned before, and some of the things with the other trials I'm looking into. And other things I'll talk about too. Just researching different things. All right. Here we go. Now we're going to go here, and I'm going to make a new page, and then we're going to kind of drop this thing down here, and then we're going to drop this right here, and then we're going to drop these people down here temporarily, and we're going to do this, and we're about to change the screen really quick. I believe it's other displays, and it's window capture, and it's a new tab. Alright. And now we're going to go here, and we're going to put this up here. Okay. Here we go. I can just close this other thing right here. Okay. So, Vietnam Cave. And thank you, Duke, for your words of wisdom. Everybody else as well. Make sure y'all could see it when I put the image on the screen. So yeah. Alright, this is the Vietnam Cave. Y'all could pretty much see it. I think, yeah. Maybe I could zoom in a little bit too. Back where it was okay. Alright, so this is inside the Vietnam Cave. Very cool, because I was just talking about there's many ways to the top of the mountain. And also, then we have this cave, another view of the cave. You know, it has so many different things in it. It's so fascinating. And the top of these mountains, there's many ways to get there. You see, you go there, you go here, and you can apply the same logic to life. Okay, Duke, I will be careful, chat will be careful, and thank you. Have a great night. Blessings to you. All right. And also, yeah, Stranded. Another thing I want to mention is that all great things take time. You know, so take a fig for instance. You know, you want a fig, right? But it has to grow, has to blossom. The flower has to blossom. It has to grow and then ripen. So it's the same logic with a fig. Over time, when it's the right time for your channel to start, it will. So it's okay if it hasn't happened yet. No rush. And like I always ask myself, hypothetically, this is not literal, but it's figurative. If it's the last day of my life, would I do the thing that I'm about to do? That's what I ask myself. And so this is the answer to the difficult questions in life, because it's like it wouldn't matter. And I applied this logic. It's a quote from Steve Jobs, and I applied it to many different things that I did, and that really helps out a lot. And this would get rid of all fear of everything, or any uncertainties. It just all flies out the window. And if mistakes happen, mistakes are good. Failures are good. Mistakes are good. They're not bad like you were taught, because it's a learning experience. It's something to learn from. Like, I've made a lot of mistakes with gardening before. I've made a lot of mistakes with all those things many times. I've had plants that failed. I've had all kinds of things that happened. But over time, I just kept on being persistent, and I didn't give up. A lot of people give up. I didn't give up. I just kept on going and going. Like with YouTube, some people get frustrated with their subscribers. And there's people that have way more subscribers than I do. But you just got to be persistent. You got to keep on going. And going. And going. And then eventually you get there. It is very profound. Yes, indeed. And I could have, as I said, I could have done different things, or I could have went and done what regular young adults do. I could have went and partied, or went and got some other girlfriend or something, but I sacrificed all of that in this time period, which in the future I'll get that. But I sacrificed everything for this, because this and all of you are more important, and fulfill this right now. And And also, yeah, Adam, facts. And basically, this water is so pretty. This water from this cave is so pretty. And I look forward to seeing your streams, Adam. And you may have obstacles and things that may come, but just keep being persistent. And you're very funny. Your personality is very cool, and you certainly will be an excellent streamer. Yeah, and Adam, you can put your channel name in the chat, and they'll subscribe to it if you want to put it in the chat, like the name of it. All right. And Amanda says it's the people that don't give up that actually make their dreams come true. Facts. And another thing that Steve Jobs said, it was like, the crazy ones, the rebels, and those that see things differently. People may, think may vilify them or make them look great or look bad, but you can't ignore people. Like the trolls even cannot ignore me or any of you, because we change things, and those people that are crazy enough to change the world are the ones that do. It's a fact. And we see many streamers and influencers now that have done those things throughout time, and people that on the platform, this platform and other platforms, you can't ignore certain people, and they make a point. You're welcome, Adam. And now, because he has another channel called, game something, and so which one he wants to put there, he can. And also, because the mods are the ones could post links and stuff, so he doesn't want to be a mod, he could put like the name of it if he wants to. Look at these caves. They're so fascinating. So fascinating. So interesting. And like I spent a lot on ads. And it's like, I could have put that in the silver, which I recommend if y'all were interested in looking at precious metals. Silver's going up. I could have invested it in something. I could have gone and been stupid with it. But I want to put it into this. And I felt very important what Douglas, telling all the people, what he told all the people so basically, here's a little bit of a story. So basically on YouTube, not YouTube, at the school, my friend, he used to go, and he felt that it was important for everybody to know about Planet 10, which I've talked to some of you about. Adam and I talked about it the other day. And basically, he wanted to tell everybody, and people kind of thought he was a little bit far out, and in this kind of far out situation. But basically, what he did was, all right. Okay. 1 minute. He said it's Gam catches up. All right. Cryptid files. Let's see. I'll put the link in the chat to his other channel he was talking about. Thank you, Amanda. I was about to put it there, but she put it there. All right. I'm going to go and pin this right now. Yeah, subscribers are important. It's good to help out people. Yeah, so anyway, so I could have put that in anything, but I put it into the ads because my friend used to always talk about the aliens and that people need to know about them because they're nefarious. And maybe not every single one of them, but the ones that we're specifically talking about, they're doing bad things to people, and Planet 10, because it could have caused us a problem or could cause us a problem. And I was inspired by that. Then I pursued it, and I kept doing it through YouTube, and I spread all over the place. So, yeah, Alien's too slow. Yeah. You need to get with the program. Also, another thing is that with these different things that I did, it was nice seeing the different people on YouTube and talking to them about their alien opinions and about the opinions of Planet 9, Planet 10. So it was a great learning experience for me. And, I believe fulfilling God's work by telling different people what was going on about that. And also, like, a lot of people my age, especially in modern times, not hating or comparing myself to other people, because comparing yourself to other people, there's no strength in that. Because you got to run your own race. But a lot of people are not doing things that are right, and they're just wasting their life away. And I thankfully was guided in a better direction to not do that. Because I'm an alien that was going to go into the UFO and do what I had to do. The other aliens are just chilling on the other planet, just kicking around rocks and going to the alien bar. That's what they're doing. Funny, Amanda. Marble Mountain. All right. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. In this Asian cave. Yeah, so that is the Vietnam cave. Sun Dong Cave. Briefly give you all a little crash course about it. Oh, you turn it off. It's all good. Thank you. All right. All right. I'm gonna briefly read this thing about this cave. But yeah, exactly. I'm going to tell you all more about the bats and stuff in those caves, and do that. All right. Sun Dong Cave. Vietnam is the world's largest natural cave, located near the Laos-Vietnam border. Hang Song Dong has an internal, fast-flowing subterranean river, and the largest cross-section of any cave worldwide. Worldwide. Get some of this water. Yeah. Yeah, Adam. Thank you for bringing that up, Adam. I'll get to that in a moment. All right. And cross section of any cave worldwide, believed to be twice that of the next largest passage. It is the largest known cave passage in the world by volume. Its name, Hang Song Dong, is variously translated from Vietnamese as Cave of the Mountain River, or Cave of Mountains Behind Dong Village. As a solutional cave, it was formed in soluble limestone and is believed to be between 2 and 5 million years old. Anytime, I'm always happy to help out and find a new channel. You're really nice. Yeah, facts. Yeah, uh, shout out to rather not but shout out to Adam. All right. The entrance to Hang Song Dong was founded in 1991 by a local man named, I'm gonna butcher this, Hu Kahan Kahanha, while searching for agar wood, a valuable timber. Although he initially went to investigate further, he was discouraged upon approach by sound of rushing water and the strong wind issuing from the entrance. Not thinking it to be of any great importance, by the time he returned to his home, he had forgotten the exact location of the entrance. Later, he mentioned his discovery in passing to two members of the British Cave Research Association who were exploring in local area. They asked him to attempt to rediscover the entrance, which he eventually managed to do in 2008. And in 2009, he led an expedition from the BCRA to the entrance. All right, so that little red dot is where the cave thing is. This expedition, conducted between 10 and 14 April 2009, performed a survey of the cave and gave its volume as 38,500 million cubic feet. Their progress in exploring the cave's full length was stopped by a large 60-meter, 200-foot high flowstone coated wall, which the expedition named the Great Wall of Vietnam. The expedition returned in March 2010 and successfully traversed. I've not seen that word before. Well, I've read this before, but this is a word I'm not too familiar with. Traversed the wall, which allowed the explorers to reach the end of the cave passage. They estimated that the overall length of the cave system exceeded 9 kilometers. All right. Description: formed in the Carboniferous Permian limestone, the main Sondong Cave Passage is the largest known cave passage in the world by volume, 3.84 times 10, according to BRCA expedition leader Howard Limbert. It is more than 5 kilometers long, 200 meters, 660 feet high, and 150 meters, 490 feet wide. It crosses the section is believed to be twice that of the next largest passage in Deer Cave, Malaysia. The cave runs for about 9 kilometers and is punctuated by the two largest dolines, areas where the ceiling of the cave has collapsed. The dew lines allow sunlight to enter sections of the cave, resulting in the growth of trees and other vegetation. They know there's a big ecosystem down there. Multiple things are in the ecosystem there. By mid-2019, the cave was found to be connected by its underground river with nearby cave called Hang Thung. This increased the potential volume of the cave by more than 1,000,000 meters squared. The cave contains some of the tallest known stalagmites in the world, which are around 260 feet tall. Ah. Alright. Yeah, so that's the cave. And also, sometimes in life, there's things that we can control and can't control. And this is easier said than done, and it takes practice. But we can't always control what happens, but we could sometimes, I'd say, with practice, we could always do this, is to control our reaction to things. I think is good. And the view of perception. Like, remember there was something like, there's a lot of people, don't see it as annoying, you could see it as a festival. There's different ways of viewing different events. Like how you perceive something. Alright. So, the Karen Reed trial I was watching. Alright, so at the Karen Reed trial I was watching, you had the dude, and he was on the stand about being flirty with her while she was still dating the other guy. And basically, it was a long thing. And it was her lawyer did an excellent number on this man, because it was like he was saying about their relationship and how it was. And then it went downhill while he was talking about it, because if he was deleting stuff on his phone, it's like he was trying to hide something. So it alluded to the theory that she was framed and that they're trying to cover up something. And definitely today, like, the skeptics were like marveled by this. It was like, she's certain, why would they delete the stuff on the phone? Why would the guy in the picture delete the stuff on the phone? And we're trying to hide something about this case. So the skeptics were saying that, she's, likely was innocent. And this case is very hard to figure out, but it looks like it's more leaning in her favor, and her lawyer was excellent today. And he got all nervous, and he kept on looking at the judge for help. It was like, wow, it was like a movie. It's like hilarious. It's like this dude was freaking out, and it was a little hot in there, and he was red, and he was sweating because there's no air conditioning in their room, and somebody had to leave because it was hot. And I understand with the suits and the stuff they wear, it would be very tedious to be in the hot room. It's not like down here, but it's still really hot up there, up north in Boston. I'm gonna try to look at this and see how it goes, how it affects the stream. See how I might read it. Let's see. Come on. Okay, it's loading. It loaded. Let's see how it goes. Karen Reed, deletion learner trial. ATF agent testifies about romantic kiss flirty texts. And I'm going to somehow get rid of this. Alright. Good. So I'm going to read this to you all about this. Okay. An ATF agent testified Friday about a romantic encounter and series of text messages he exchanged with Karen Reed, the Massachusetts woman accused of hitting her boyfriend with an SUV and leaving him to die in the snowstorm. Reed, 44, of Mansfield, has pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder and other charges. The prosecution says John O'Keefe with her black SUV outside of a home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton during a snowstorm on January 29, 2022, following the night of drinking. ATF agent Brian Higgins, one of the three men Reed's defense lawyers have implicated in O'Keefe's death, was requested Chris request inoded. I'm not too sure about that word. By Norfolk County Assistant District Attorney Adam Lele asked about the text messages which were sent a few weeks before O'Keefe died. No, it's questioned. That was the word. It's questioned. I wasn't looking at the word correctly. The O kind of confused me. "You're hot," Reed wrote to Higgins in one of the messages. "Are you serious or messing with me?" Higgins replied, "No, I'm serious," Reed wrote. "Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that?" Higgins asked. ATF agent Brian Higgins. Right? So that was him testifying earlier. Higgins testified that one day when he was leaving O'Keefe's house, Reed planted a kiss on me, not like a friend, adding that he interpreted it as romantic. And he was talking to her in an Irish accent. He said, because up there's a lot of Irish people over there, and they were, being goofy, whatever. That was just something else that was kind of interesting. That another thing about him. And they're all drinking. That guy, all these people were drunk, so that's what they were all doing. And it's best people could drink, but to not drink to the point where you're not all there, I think that would be foolish. In another exchange, Higgins read a message from Reed in which she invited him to her house. "I'm glad you came over tonight," Reed later texted. Higgins said he asked Reed in one message if she and O'Keefe were breaking up, to which Reed replied, "I don't know, he hooked up with another girl on vacation." It looks like they were both cheating. Yeah, Amanda said, "Seriously, alien, people take it too far." Exactly. Reed eventually went over Higgins' house, where the pair continued to discuss their interactions. Higgins testified, "I am not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I take responsibility for them." Higgins told the court, "John was a friend at the same time. If they were at the end of their relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I was not going to have someone utilize me, weaponize me against someone I liked." Defense attorney Alan Jackson, yeah, that's the name of the attorney, he was excellent today, stated his cross-examination by requesting Higgins about his romantic interest in Reed. "I was physically attracted to her, yes," Higgins said. During the afternoon session, Higgins was cross-examined by Jackson about his phone records and movements within the Canton Police Department. Jackson sought to imply that Higgins had conversations with Ryan Albert hours before O'Keefe's body was found, and suggested Higgins had access to Reed's SUV and other evidence. What to know about the case? Karen Reed, 44, Mansfield, is accused of second-degree murder and other charges. The prosecution says she hit her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her vehicle outside of a home in Canton during a snowstorm on January 29, 2022. Following a night of drinking, she returned hours later to find him in a snowbank. Reed has pleaded not guilty. Reed and her defense team claim she is the victim of a cover-up and plan present a third-party culprit defense. They claim O'Keefe was beaten inside the home, bitten by a dog, and then left outside. In pre-trial motions, prosecutors revealed the existence of text messages. "Hello, Mary. Good to see you." Text messages, they said, suggested a romantic entanglement with a friend who was present at locations Reed and O'Keefe visited on the night of the incident. Other documents had also suggested trouble in the relationship between Reed and O'Keefe. Reed is also accused of having frequent contact with controversial blogger known Turtle Boy, Aiden Carney, who now faces charges in related cases. Amanda said, "Did the guy pass?" The person in question, yes, he passed. It's a murder case right now. Reed is also accused of having frequent contact. Well, yeah, okay. Opening statements were delivered April 29. The trial is expected to last for 6 to 8 weeks. All right. And also, with the treadmill trial, that one's disgraceful, and the lawyer, the Mario dude, is being stupid. So basically, he kept making the kid run on the treadmill until he had health issues and passed away from it. And then the lawyer, he does straw man arguments a lot. That one does that on the treadmill one. And the dude looks like a tomato in the other case. YSL is off until next week. And all of them are off until, because of Memorial Day, they're going to be off Monday. And Chad Daybell, he, as I said prior, was getting irritated, and they were talking to the kids, and the kids seem like they're defending Chad Daybell more than the other ones, than the other side. And he seemed very robotic. And basically, with Chad, he, was just sitting there like a statue. And Pryor just wants to have another lawyer that wants to have strawman arguments. And they're reviewing the different information about the phones and the phone locations and things like that. And the evidence, in my opinion, certainly shows that the individual is guilty. And this is Pryor and Chad Daybell with a smug look on Chad's face. And yeah, Chad Daybell's the one without the jacket. The jacket is Pryor. Pryor, he likes to do things and be cringe and act rude. And that was basically what's happening, this week. A very good job by the state with that one. And that one is still ongoing. Also, another thing about Diddy. Alright. I have no pity for Diddy. He has the head of a toothpick. He betrays family and friends. The blood doesn't run thick. Alright. Yeah, so this guy who's seen beating his girlfriend up, and then he feels sorry that he got caught, and then he made an apology video many years later when it came out, and it's like a defense attorney would advise him not to say anything and just be quiet about it, because he's incriminating himself, and he's admitting to it, and by him apologizing, it just makes it look like he was doing it for himself and the situation. Not that he was really sorry about the event, because he could have apologized for it in 2016. Because with Johnny Depp trial, and they had the lawyer for Johnny Depp that was talking on the Law and Crime channel about it, and the lawyer for Johnny Depp was saying, because since Johnny Depp was innocent, it was easier to use different tactics and things because Johnny was innocent, obviously. Amber Heard was the abuser. But you have this situation where Diddy really is the abuser and he's really doing something wrong. So it would be a little bit more difficult to defend him, but he shouldn't have said anything. But it's good he said it in a way because he digs his grave deeper and deeper. And it'll be interesting to see more things come out about Diddy. But yeah, he's just a load of trouble. It's truly heinous and horrid. It's like, a man doesn't do that to a lady. So you gotta be so emotionally unstable, like like a savage, to do something like that. You know, cringe. Too many people these days, which we all, and also, I think, go by emotions over logic. And Stranded has a very good point. His properties got raided now. This video comes out. I wonder who did he pissed off. He lost his protection. Just like with Bankman Fried, the guy that scammed the people in that crypto scam, and many people lost cryptocurrency because of him and lost tons of money because of him. Like, he donated to the elites, and they didn't. They had it with. They took out the protection and from him, and they're doing the same thing to Diddy. They must have. He must have done something to right Stranded. I wonder what he did too, because this whole time they were shielding him, in my opinion, and now they're going after him over something, and yeah, he's not protected by them anymore. Like Epstein and things like that. These people, these scumbags, you know, like him need to be completely exposed, and he's certainly not under their protection anymore. Totally agree. Diddy is not witty. Oh boy, what a pity. Actions speak louder than words. As One Republic says, it's too late to apologize for Diddy. Strand said people been saying for a long time about his parties, but it got hushed. Now everything blowing up in his face. Now it's time. Now he's in a time, place, and space. Everything blows up in his face. Brains went away of logic. And now he's saying that he admitted he did it just to close the case. Life is a race, and he lost that race. You see, this is pitiful. Pitiful. You see, he says, I am disgusted. He could have said this if he would have said it in 2016. That would have been greater. That would have been better. But he did it because of himself. And also, you know, she is not ugly at all. And it's horrible that he did that to that lady. Man, it's just these people gotta not be so. All these other countries look down on our country. Like, and somebody like him, like a public figure like him doing stupid things like that, is this an embarrassment to all of us? It's. Oh, yeah. Mary says, can you imagine what he got away with? That wasn't his first rodeo. Cringe. Like what they said in the Billy Madison movie as a joke. It's like, you know, this is like the most stupidest, absurd thing that was ever said. And my chair just made a noise because the chair agrees. And it's like, may God have mercy on his soul. Because, like, and I said it, you know, as a joke because it comes from that movie I'm talking about. But, you know, really, it's just the most stupidest, pathetic, pitiful thing ever what this guy's doing. And, like, from a legal standpoint, for him to, like, incriminate himself and him to apologize all this time later, he's sorry he got caught, what Sharon had said. And there's people that go through abusive relationships, and, like, some people wondering why she stayed with him in the relationship, but people that are abusers, you know, they can be very manipulative. You know, maybe she thought that he would hurt her really bad. Maybe he thought she would, you know, he would change or whatever. But, like, yeah, some people stay in there because, you know, they're afraid, and there's psychological issues that go, mental issues that go on in these cases. And people need to be more considerate about, you know, people that go through abuse. And it's like, they don't go there because they like the person. It's just, you know, they're trapped. And also psychological damage, my opinion. And Shannon, we had a good conversation about Diddy, and I think it's absurd what this scumbag did. Stranded. I was going to reword it, but too late, yes. And yeah, we got Bubbles' box. Shout out to Bubbles. Also, his brother, Pootsie. So hopefully, now everything goes correctly. I'm sure a jury would convict him if there's nothing shady or nefarious going on behind the scenes. He should be, you know, have his arse handed to him on a silver plate. Cutting cake of justice. Scared. Hello, Bumblebot. Good to see you. That's not what I meant to do. Right. Hello, Bumblebot. I'm going to answer your question right now. Okay. Do I think Diddy is going to make more music? Good question. Do you think he will make more music? Chris Brown did. Okay. So, if I had to speculate about it, I would, considering the circumstances, if there was some way that he could maybe, I think the public completely despises him, but if he wanted to distract himself or express himself, I'm sure he would make music still. That he may. And he could try to get the public back on his side somehow. Or if things go a certain way where he gets too busy and caught up with all these different things, maybe he would not do it because he would be too focused on the case. So I think it's very possible he probably will continue to do it. But it also does also have to do with the circumstances that he's in. It's also the circumstances. It'll depend on the circumstances. But I think he probably will. But a lot of people don't like him. A lot of labels wouldn't like him, I would think. So it's something we have to wait and see. That was a very good question. Thank you, Bumblebot, for asking. And Strained said, I guess that he was constantly gaslighting her, making her believe it was her fault, that he had to hit her. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, of course. People like him do that. It's always the other person's fault. And he would do that to then put the blame on her, and then she being in an abusive relationship and an abusive mind state. A better word for that, a better phrase is an abusive state of mind that, under some sort of like mind control and what, being abused to think that he was right and she was wrong. He probably did something like that. And I think that he certainly needs to be locked up somewhere, and, they need to get they should have gotten the tranquilizer or something on him when he was acting like that. Like some wild savage you have to deal with. He has the face of like constipation. He really does in that picture. Yeah. And Strained said probably even made her believe she would be able to do anything without him. Exactly. So basically, what they will do. What? Oh yeah, I see that y'all are hanging out over there. Right, right. Yeah, Stranded, it's okay, you're making sense. And Stranded said, probably believe that be able to do anything without him. Yeah, so basically, he would be able to do anything without him. She would not be able to do anything without him, and that she thought like, that he was the only way to get things done, and fame and other things. So yeah, that is certainly, in my opinion, an absolute certainty that these different manipulation tactics and cultic mind control were used against her, and emotional abuse, because they want to break the enemy down and demoralize them to the point they just go along with these different things and his fame and his status and all. This is how him and a lot of other people like Weinstein and Epstein did things to manipulate young people. It's doing their, certain things. Yeah, he did. Yeah, the certain things for their own fame and fortune and stuff like that, which is very sick. And there certainly needs to be an end to this. They ought to watch out, and they ought to stop lying, because our patience has now worn thin, and will shut their lying, crooked, savage mouths. Absolutely. Because people, if they want to be famous, they want to be artists. They shouldn't have to be abused like this. It's absolutely absurd. And there's other things that have come out about other, a young man that was a rapper that was being abused and he treated weird at one of his parties. A lot of stuff's coming out about this man, and the feds raided his house. His days are in the negative. It's like they're all numbered. And as I said, if he was a good person, an substantial citizen that didn't do anything wrong, I wouldn't be calling him out for this. But all this nonsense he did was absolute garbage. Usher, thank you, Stranded. Thank you. Hey, Matt. Welcome. He said, I just flew back from Atlanta. Boy, my arms are tired. I'm sure they are, Matt. And it's very late in the morning. Night, morning. And, it's nighttime right now. So, Diddy Steen. Hilarious. Yeah. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so basically, what I did was, my analysis of Diddy is that, as I said, I was telling them that, is that basically when this man goes, makes an apology video, from a legal standpoint, he's incriminating himself and he's making it worse. And also, he didn't apologize when the incident happened. And that didn't make any sense. When the incident happened, and he could apologize then, the Johnny Depp lawyer was like, he could have apologized when it happened. And Johnny Depp was actually innocent, so it was easier to defend Johnny Depp. And Amber Heard was the one that was really the one abusing him. It wasn't like what she was saying. And then with this guy, it's like he should have said nothing. He should have said nothing because it's going to make him look stupid. Stranded said, "Hi, Matt. Good thing Boeing didn't make your arms. They might have fallen off." Stranded, that's hilarious. Wow, that's really funny. You broke my funny bone that Boeing made, as a matter of fact, with that one. Exactly. Amber Turd was crappy to him. And I remember when I was at the Johnny Depp trial, I was getting different people. Many of them subscribed to the channel. Some people didn't quite understand that Johnny was innocent. And I had to help them understand that, and then they understood that he was innocent, and they thanked me for letting them know, how it really was going. And then I met like some dude that worked with him in one of the projects in 21 Jump Street TV show. He kind of supported Johnny in the beginning, and it was like, people, women in Hollywood, they'll go, and at that time, especially like in the past, and they'll kind of like go after men with status, and they'll want their money and stuff. But then a couple days later, he went and turned on Johnny again, and then he was like, "Oh, well, she's so young and he's so old, and he's like a gangster. He does all these drugs and stuff." And then it's like he was like, before it was all cool. He's like, "Yeah, the Willy Wonka was a cool movie, especially one with Gene Wilder." He was all like, "Yeah, yeah." And then all of a sudden, he's like, "Oh, Johnny Depp's bad," and I let him have it in the chat, and it was wild. There's hundreds of thousands of people watching, and that's how I found one of the other channels that I watched with the trial stuff. And because what happened was their power or their connection went out and independent, and we went over to the Law and Crime one, and that was the only one that was available, and we all like hopped over to that stream because there was like this storm going on, and like a tornado warning happened, and usually one of the warnings had to do with an abduction, but the one that they were having specifically was a tornado. A friend of mine that lived in that region over there was like, basically, it was just, she got the warning on her phone. It was just a tornado warning. It wasn't the other kind of warning. And I was like, okay, because that didn't make any sense to me. The other lady was in England, asked me a question, and I don't live in that area, so I wouldn't really know. So then, so the Johnny Depp thing was a really fun and thrilling time, and that's when I first started getting into these trials and things. So, but basically, Diddy, it's like this man really he's really guilty. It's like there's a video of this man, like, and as I said, she was not ugly at all, and and he goes and does that to her. Like, I don't think he's sorry. I think he's sorry he got caught. Matt, that sounds very tedious. He says, my flight was 4-hour delay, and we had to switch planes. Wow. Chair making more noise. And, he most likely did gaslighting. He, psychologically and physically abused her. And it's good eventually she got out of it, and this is being exposed. And the protection that he used to have is going away now. With, Diddy cringe. As I said, she is not ugly. Just pitiful. So hopefully, future people that are in his position of responsibility, because his position was a position of responsibility, and with great power comes great responsibility. So hopefully, people in the future do not abuse their power, which people likely will always abuse their power. But hopefully, there'll be less people like Diddy that are in those positions to really help people get to their position of fame to be in the public. What Diddy said was not witty. He really did say that, no kidding. He lost, although he did all the bidding. It's time for him to go and time out. He'll be no longer bidding, but he'll be sitting. No, I'm not kidding. Yeah, well, Matt, yeah, it's been a while since I've done the stream like this that you're seeing right now. Thank you, Matt. It's been a while since we've done it like this, but I did do the ones on the live streams. I did last Friday, I did it, and yesterday when I was on my phone live stream, I did it. You weren't here, but I did them the 2 other times, but it's been a while since I've done them on this right here where I am right now. And it's been a while since you may have been on the other ones as well. And I was not here last week because of the weather. The power went out, and this room was completely black. And there's some candles over there that were on with the battery candles. I did do a live through my phone. And Shane had said, he's been a dirtbag for a long time. There's rumors and circle he was involved in some way with Tupac and Biggie deletion. Oh, Stranded, I'm well aware of that. Eminem mentioned it in Killshot song when Machine Gun Kelly was talking BS about him, and then he ended his whole career. So yeah, no, he had that on Tupac, absolutely, in my opinion. Yeah, I was well aware for that for years and years. A couple years now. That's when I first heard about Diddy and learned things about him. So yeah, I'm not surprised all these other skeletons in his closet. That's my opinion about it. Tupac was he was a lyrical genius. He really was. Although I was not there in that time period, and as I said, like 2020, that's when I saw his music, which I've heard about him in 2016, and then like a couple years later, I looked at the music. He's very good with lyrics, very talented. And before that, he was a theater student, and then he became a rapper later. But yeah, that person was very talented. Rest in peace. Yeah, Matt got upgrade. Yeah, facts. As I said earlier, I'll say it again. I got no pity for Diddy. His head looks like a toothpick. He betrays friends and family and those around him. The blood doesn't run thick. I'm sure when he thought of Tupac, he clicked. It's time for him to sit in timeout. That's it. Justice will be served in a silver platter. All the people that he abused matter. I'm showing no mercy. No. And as I said, if he was a online guru that's helping people and helping young people, inspiring people to believe in God and do the right thing, you know, if he was someone like that, then he'd be all right. But this man just was full of trouble, out of sight. You know, it's like that face you get when you get caught, and that's the only reason why you're making an apology video. That is that face he's making. Facts, Matt. Facts. Mercy is for the weak. All Diddy's morals just slips away because he's just asleep. I think he's a creep. It's like in the pirate ship you hear creaking. That's a Diddy. Oh yeah, I've seen a little bit of Tupac talk, but I'm gonna watch Stranded on the weekend. I'll watch his interviews, and he was well spoken, and I understand the gangsta thing was to sell albums. Exactly. In my opinion, that's what I think about YSL, Young Thug, Jeffrey Williams. I think he was like that. He was just to sell records, and he was like inspired by Lil Wayne and stuff. That's my opinion about Jeffrey Williams. You know, like I think some rappers just do it for to sell records. Like they're not really trying to do anything wrong. My opinion, as I said, I could be wrong, but yeah. But basically, certainly with Tupac, it was just a persona. And I also like doing it too. I like the hip hop stuff. It's been now Matt and Amanda. It's been mic drop. Yeah. Shout out to Amanda, mic drop. And she's much more quicker than I am. She usually gets it before the answer before I do. My friends, I used to text them raps and things, and I used to rap to my friends like at school, like the senior year and stuff. And then it's been a many years since then. Not many years, but it's been since 2017, 2018, 2019. I was like kind of like chilling with them after I'd graduate in 2017. 2018, 19 is kind of chilling with them a little bit back then. And I'd send them some rap text messages. And I was getting, one time I was angry when we were at this nursing home helping my grandpa's friend George, rest in peace. George is not with us anymore. He was over at this stupid place over there, and George didn't want to be at the particular nursing home here for different reasons. He wanted to go to the Notre Dame one, which is over in the other area. And the stupid lady and this other lady were very over and over getting, trying to convince him to stay there one night, but he didn't want to stay there. And then what happened, this lady was really angry with me. Black lady. All black people over there. The skin color doesn't matter, but I'm just telling you all to give you all a context of the situation about what the people were like and all. Like what they looked like and stuff. And skin color doesn't matter. But basically, and she's real angry with me for no reason. So my presence made her angry. And she's like, take your sunglasses off. And she's like, why are you talking to her like that? Which I was just asking her a question. And I dropped a whole diss track on their entire facility, on her, on everybody. And I was texting it to my friends, and they're sending me fire emojis. Oh, I went off on those people in the text messages. Yeah, like I'll let the people have it. Like they mess with the wrong alien. Yeah, yeah, Matt. Yeah, I bet the wrapping really comes in handy around Christmas time. Yeah, absolutely. It certainly does. I know that for a fact. You gotta wrap a lot of the different things you get from certain things. Yeah, you gotta wrap it and tap it and slap it, especially when things are twerking. Amanda said, Matt Midway, my stepdad just had a layover, and today I never flew out of there. Only O'Hara. Midway is super out of the way. I would never go. Oh no. Would never. Oh, Portugal. That's so interesting. Exactly, Stranded. Exactly. Yeah. Stranded gets it. In facts. Amanda said, Matt, I hate flying. That would be really awesome, though. It must be extremely beautiful in places you've seen. Matt, I've been over regular Eastern Europe quite a bit for work. I feel very fortunate. Yeah, that's very nice, Matt, that you got to see those places. Sounds awesome. All right. So far, we've gotten 23 views. Facts. Funny, Adam. All right. So, Matt said it makes me appreciate America so much more to see what government overreach and tyrannical control looks like. Exactly, Matt. Matt, a lot of the people, like another thing that happened, Matt, that I saw on the stream was UCLA. There is these riots that happened over there. They're going back there again, and they all like invaded the building, and a couple Americans were held hostage briefly. So they're trying to get in there. Some like streamers and there's a dude with an American flag that went by the Antifa people waving it, and then all the people gathered around him like cockroaches and like mosquitoes, and were chanting about the Palestinian thing, and then they went over to Antifa gets a place blocked off. They do good at blocking it off. So thank you, Stranded. Thank you. So I love it when Stranded slaps my buttons. Always feels great. And basically, what happened was the so they were going through the side. There's a part of the building that was open, and all the people were going into it, like the streamers, like the Patriot streamers, and the guy with the American flag. But it was a trap, and I felt it was a trap. On the wall, you could see inside the college. It said, for faculty for Palestine and stuff. And they walked through this. they walked through this corridor. I'm calling it a corridor. They walked through this like staircase, and then they had it like they locked them in pretty much, and they had these kind of big tall guys, and they're blocking their way from going out of the corridor they're in, the staircase they're in. So it was a trap. And then the American flag guy disappeared for 2 or 3 minutes, then he came back, and then they weren't really letting them out, and then this big fat Muslim dude comes in that's with them. They bring them out, and they bring them out outside, and they're talking about they're debating about Israel and Hamas and Palestine. And they asked him, do they think that Hamas is a terrorist organization? And of course, he was like, is it bad? Is it a terrorist thing to go and blow up children? So it's like he didn't really like get the question too well. They always don't. So basically, we see in that situation, those people don't appreciate America. The ones protesting are really causing a public disturbance. And so basically what happened was, it's good, Matt, that you appreciate America, and we all here do as well. So a lot of people don't appreciate it. Yeah, so they need to have a taste to go into one of those other countries to see what is really, that they're horribly wrong. They could go to North Korea or Eastern Europe or anywhere if they don't like this country. And how fat and how Muslim was he? Matt, the dude in question was like 2 Big Macs from exploding. And he was... How Muslim was he? He was a Muslim, like a moose. He was so extreme, he would make the good Muslims that are people that don't do things that are terrorist activity, regular people, it would make them look like little cats and dogs. They're fine people, the ones that don't do those kind of things. But this one was a really far out one, like a moose. There's like a deer that's cool and you can feed it things. This one's like a moose. Because not all the Muslims are, of course, into these kind of things. There's just a faction of them, people from the third world that are extremists that want to do things that are nefarious. Right. In my opinion. So he looked like the Iron Sheik, but really needed O's and pick. Yes. Yes, Matt. Absolutely. And yeah, he didn't like the country, this country. He was supporting the terrorists over in Palestine, and Palestine needs to be liberated from that group that has it hostage. Hopefully they could, Palestine can have a better system of government there that isn't causing all these problems, and there could be peace. Those two countries can have peace with each other. But yeah, it's so absurd what these the extremist ones do. Yes, and Matt said, I've worked in Muslim countries before, some of the nicest people I've ever met in my entire life. It's unfortunate that a few bad apples spoil the bunch. Matt, I totally agree. I went to school with Muslims that were fine people, very cool people, and they really believed in their faith, and it was different than mine. I'm a Christian, but they really took it seriously, and very nice people. So Matt, I've not been to a Muslim country, but I've had the experience you've had. I've met very cool ones that are not like that at all. And I do agree with you. It's bad that a couple of bad apples spoil the bunch. It really is unfortunate, and that they do what they do. And I was seeing some things like I watch different people and what like different people are talking about. And recently, Andrew Tate did some other interviews, and he's controversial, but he was talking about like he in his opinion he thinks that there's people from the third world, and there's people that are coming into these countries, and that could have something to do with it. And it is an interesting thought. So it's possible that the people that are more prone to those activities, maybe from the third world, and they interpreted the religion differently than the other groups. And there's Muslims that believe that Christians and Jews are of the book. There's Muslims that support Israel. There's regular people that say there's a Hindu or a Buddhist or some other religion that are just fine people. Like just there's regular ones and people that are really far out there, right? So I agree with what y'all are saying as well. And I don't even think they support Palestine at all. There's charities right now that are helping the Palestinian children and helping the Palestinian people, and they're like asking for donations and stuff. I'll see ads about it sometimes on YouTube. And all the money it took to go mess up a college campus where people are trying to learn to be doctors and uh, engineers and teachers and whatever else, they should use that money instead to donate it to their cause over there to help feed the people and help give them aid or something, or go over there if they want to fight. They should go over there and fight if they want to, or give them financial aid if they want to. Not going over and going in somewhere in UCLA and protesting about nothing. They don't care about Palestinians. They're Marxists. They don't even support religion. They don't believe in religion. Now the atheists are not bad. Not all atheists are bad, of course, but the Marxists, like, they wouldn't even believe in the religious stuff. So it's really odd that they made an alliance with each other because they want to abolish all of it. So I do think that the main goal of those people is nothing to do with our country or our cause, obviously, or even the Palestinian cause. I think they're just causing trouble for their own gain. Yes, Adam, they were Americanized. Good point. Yes, Adam, and also you mean like the Abdullah, the butcher. Yes. Yes, Adam, that's the ones I'm talking about. And I do agree with you, they're Americanized. They're westernized. But now in London, my dad's family is over there in London. They're not in London anymore. London used to be a very nice place. My uncle and my dad's family used to live there and had the best memories ever. But there's a lot of third world Muslims that are over there, and there's tons of these people everywhere. They'll have these signs that will say Islam will conquer the world, and they will conquer London, and they have thousands of them. They'll pray in the streets. They do a lot of knife crime, knife attacks, and if they don't pray their own religion, if they don't pray correctly, they'll go and beat them. And that's not what other Muslims do. Muslims, a lot of them don't do things like that. But these odd apples, that are over there, the worst people on planet Earth they put over there. It's really London's in a really bad situation. I can't even go to London because how bad it is. But as I said, they're not all like that. But this group of them that spoil the whole bunch are there. Yeah, and it's very odd. I wonder why they're all put there. And also in France, they're like that as well. Matt said, "I wish I started selling tents 6 months ago before all the stuff started." Yeah, Matt, you would have been really rich. Yes. All right. Adam says, "I blame the college protests on the '60s Woodstock. Ever since, the college kids always afraid of missing out on the next big event." Yeah, I do agree, Adam. It caused a tumbling mess. Absolutely. All right, so I'm showing you all like London. Let's see if I could find it. Like in the people, they should find a way to have their own country fixed, and they should go back to their country and help fix their own country, because it's like they shouldn't be in London with all these people. Like not all Muslims. I'm not talking about all of them. These people that are causing problems over there. Let's see. See, all they're praying in the streets. It's like people trying to drive around and stuff, and they're all just going to be, these are the radical ones. These aren't like the regular kind. Stranded, thank you so much for coming and participating, and see you next weekend. Have a blessed weekend and happy Memorial Day to you. Yes, these are the bad kind, and there's a lot of knife attacks and stabbings. As I said, there's Muslims that wouldn't do anything like this. You could go to different parts like what Matt was talking about that are regular, fine people. But this is the weird kind. Yeah, very well may be, Matt. Very well may be. Like they'll say, slay those who insult Islam. Europe, you will pay demolition. Like they'll have these signs and they'll chant and they'll do all these things. It's like that's not right. That's not right. And as I said, that the Jews and the Jews and Christians are of the book. There's Muslims that believe that we're a part of their thing, and to not harm the Christian people, the Christian lands. So there's Muslims that don't think like this. And you have all these different things that are going on, and it wasn't like London wasn't like this in the 1980s. I'll show you all. In the 80s, like this was London in the 80s. It wasn't like that then. Just you don't have all the stuff going on they have now, and it was cool. And I said, like, and a lot of this is what happened. So a lot of people in these other countries had war-torn countries, and Andrew Tate was saying like they had all these war-torn countries, and they go to Europe and they feel that the Europeans are more privileged than them, and they feel like degraded and lesser than the other people, and they get angry, and they'll find something and they'll go and do what they're doing now. And I know there's Gaddafi and these other leaders that were around, and then eventually they collapsed, and then all these people they had nowhere to go, so they went into Europe. And also there was a migration because England, they needed like labor and stuff. As I said, hopefully the situation could be resolved, and because these people, they make Islam look bad what they're doing. So hopefully it all gets settled out. Matt says Chicago is much more dangerous than Tunisia. I don't even know what Tunisia is. And Romania. I know what Romania is. Two places I thought would be weird. Ah. Okay, Adam, not Adam, but Matt, thank you. That was interesting to know. Tea and crumpets isn't really that impressive. Right. Tea and crumpets isn't really impressive. Matt, shame on you. Just joking. Okay, Matt. Well, thank you for telling me about that. I wasn't aware of that. All right. Well, it looks nice. My house looks similar to some of these houses because it's a Spanish house. Oh, Adam says in the 80s between Reagan and Bush 1, they were bombing them so much it was hard for them to migrate. Yeah. Well, that's good that you bless the rains. Facts. All right. Manus says, "My bad, Stranded. Good night. I just saw what you wrote." Okay. All right. Okay. So I want to be talking now about Planet X. All right. Planet 9. And Adam, I think your theory is interesting, and we're going to have a discussion about it. And so basically, Planet 9 is a hypothetical Planet 9, is this planet that exists outside of the solar system that orbits around us. Ah, Matt's getting exposed for messing around. Ah, okay. Okay. All right. So, this is Planet 9. I can rant about this. So, okay, so basically, this planet, my friend, he brought it up back when I was in grade school before, well before high school, like fourth grade. And he would go and talk to different people about it in the school, and they would kind of think he was nuts. And it is kind of a far out concept, and he wanted people to know about it because this planet can orbit by our planet and cause problems. But basically, what happens is, like, we didn't know when it would come here, and I just took it by faith that maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I'll go and I have a feeling, we'll see until it's proven guilty, until it's proven incorrect. I don't mind believing in a conspiracy theory that's proven false later. I don't want to not believe in it and it's true. That's a worse thing for me. So basically, it's really Planet 10, but they call it Planet 9 because it's something that they don't think Pluto's really a planet, so they're going to make the other thing Planet 9. And let's see. I'll read a little bit about this. All right, so here we go. Planet 9 is a hypothetical planet in our outer region of the solar system. Its gravitational effect could explain the peculiar clustering of orbits for a group of extreme trans-Neptunian objects. So there's objects that are outside of Neptune, like different dwarf planets and asteroids and things that are out there. Yeah, right on, Matt. Right on. The bodies beyond Neptune that orbit the Sun at a distance averaging more than 250 times that of Earth. These ETNOs tend to make their closest approaches to the Sun in one sector, and their orbits are similarly tilted. These alignments suggest that undiscovered planets may be shepherding the orbits of most distant known in the solar system objects. Nonetheless, some astronomers question this conclusion and insist assertion that the clustering of ETNO's orbits is due to observational bias resulting from difficulty to discover and tracking these objects during much of the year. Based on earlier considerations, this hypothetical super-Earth-sized planet would have had predicted mass of 5-10 times that of Earth, and it's also red, and an elongated orbit 400 to 800 times farther from the Sun than the Earth. The orbit estimation was refined in 2021, resulting in somewhat smaller semi-major axis. This was shortly thereafter updated to 460 Constantinian Bankton. Michael Brown suggested these two people around 2017 or so, they were discovering that this thing is likely there. Because now they used to always say Planet 9 doesn't exist, but now they're saying it's likely there. And Michael Brown suggested that Planet 9 may be the core of a giant planet that was ejected from its original orbit by Jupiter during the genesis of the solar system. Others propose that the planet was captured from another star, was once again a rogue planet, or that it formed on a distant orbit and was pulled into an eccentric orbit by passing the star. By a passing star. So some passing star came and messed with its orbit. So those are the theories. It either was part of our solar system, it was captured, and then it was captured by another one, and it was from a distant orbit that orbits around us, or it's part of our solar system, and it's like it's kind of in the back, but it's way back there, or some star just came out of nowhere and distorted its orbit. Although sky surveys such as Wide Field Infiltrated Survey Explorer and Pan-STARRS did not detect Planet 9, they have not ruled out the existence of Neptunian diameter object in our solar system. The ability of these past sky surveys to detect Planet 9 was dependent on its location and characteristics. Further surveys of the remaining regions are ongoing using NEOWISE and the 8-meter Subaru telescope. Unless Planet 9 is observed, its existence remains purely conjectural. Several alternative hypotheses have been proposed to explain the observed cluster of trans-Neptunian objects. In my opinion, I think that Planet 9 is a cover-up. Just like with the aliens, they don't want people to know about these things because it'll cause people panic, especially if some giant, gargantuan, Titanic-sized planet collides in with our planet or gets close to our planet or causes some sort of a problem. It's known to be like a second sun. So, I think sometimes they hide information. Adam says, see, I think that a comet impacted into Planet X, destroyed it, and that's all icy rocks and asteroids in the Kuiper Belt. That's an interesting theory, Adam. I never thought of that before, and that very well may be possible. Now, I think that it's still there. Now, there's a theory that there's multiple giant planets out there, like Nibiru, but I think that it is still there, intact, and the other things are like its moons and stuff. But it's possible it may have been destroyed, but I think that it has to be intact because they saw it, because there's people that said they claim to have seen it before. It could have been destroyed. We may be saying it may have been destroyed more recently, but they have been sightings of it in the past few hundred years. But as I said, it's an interesting theory. Thank you. It's very possible. Kuiper belt. Okay, thank you. I never really knew how to pronounce that word. All right. Well, as I will see. In this, I'm going to read this about the history about this and see the situation, and we'll assess it. Following the discovery of Neptune in 1846, there was considerable speculation that another planet might exist beyond its orbit. The best known of these theories predicted the existence of a distant planet. It was influencing the orbits of Uranus and Neptune. After extensive calculations, I'm not too sure how to pronounce his first name, Percival Lowell, which I made a video about all this a couple years ago, like 2022, predicted the possible orbit and location of the hypothetical trans-Neptunian planet, and began an extensive search for it in 1906. Called the hypothetical object Planet X, a name previously used by Gabriel Dallet, Clyde Tombaugh continued Lowell's search, and in 1930 discovered Pluto, but it was soon determined to be too small to qualify as Lowell's Planet X. Percival. Thank you. You prefer those suspenders. Hilarious. But it was soon determined to be too small to qualify as Lowell's Planet X. After Voyager 2's flyby of Neptune in 1989, the difference between Uranus's predicted and observed orbit was determined to have been due to the use of previously inaccurate mass of Neptune. Attempts to detect planets beyond Neptune by indirect means such as orbital rotation date back before the discovery of Pluto. Among the first was George Forbes, who postulated the existence of two trans-Neptunian planets in 1880. One would have an average distance from the Sun or a semi-major axis of 100 astronomical units, 100 times that of Earth. The second would have a semi-major axis of 300 AU. His work is considered similar to more recent Planet 9 theories, and that planets would be responsible for clustering of orbits of several objects. In the case of clustering, a few line distances of periodic comets near 100 and 300 AU. This is similar to how aphelion distances of Jupiter family comets cluster near its orbit. Very interesting. All right. Adam says, see my theorem. Planet X would have been destroyed about 50 to 100 years ago before the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. That's where the asteroid came from. It was debris from the collision. Well, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. A very interesting theory. Thank you. And we'll see. We'll see. Because in my opinion, like, the theory was that they were hiding it because they didn't want people to know about it. And if it's there or it's not there anymore or not, they didn't want people to know about this. Well, we'll see if something ever comes our way. And I've never heard or thought about that it collided with something and it was destroyed. I'm glad you mentioned that, Adam. Yeah, that's why it's good that success comes from a team of people working together. It's not just by one person. That's why I like having teamwork. Is the best kind of work. Even like if something is incorrect, it's still like my thing or whatever could be incorrect. It's still good to get other people's perspectives on things and possibilities about it. Matt says trans Neptunian Uranus. The rest got caught up in the gravitational pull from the sun and the Kuiper belt. Yeah, it's all speculation. It's all speculation. You, me, us. You, me. I see the plus signs now. You plus me equals us. Hilarious. The discovery of C. Deanna's particular orbit, which what this thing is, and I probably said that word wrong too, is a dwarf planet. So this is a dwarf planet discovered in 2003. Particular orbit in 2004 led to the speculation that it had encountered a massive body other than one of the known planets. Sedina's, it's Sedina, I think. Sedina's orbit is detached with a perihelion distance of 76 AU that is too large to be due to gravitational interactions with Neptune. Several authors proposed that Sedina entered this orbit after encountering a massive body such as an unknown planet on a distant orbit, a member of the open cluster that formed with the Sun, or another star that later passed near the solar system. The announcement in March 2014 of the discovery of a second said node with a perihelion distance of 80 AU 2012 in similar orbit led to renewed speculation that an unknown super Earth remained in a distant solar system. Because they keep seeing, because they're telling, what the reason why they think that it's still there, Adam, is like they see that these objects are orbiting something big, so they think that it's orbiting Planet 9 because there's evidence that it's still there, or something's there. It's really hard for them to tell exactly what's going on over there. And as I said, I do think it's a cover up. If the planet is even still there at all. At a conference in 2012, Rodney Gnomes proposed that an undetected planet was responsible for the orbits of some ETNOs with detached orbits and large semi-mass major Axis Centaurus small solar system bodies that cross the orbits of giant planets. The proposed Neptune massed planet would be in a distance of 1500 AU, eccentric 04 inclination orbit like Planet 9. It would cause the perihelia of objects with semi-major axis greater than 300 AU to oscillate, delivering some into the planet crossing orbits and others into the detached orbits like Sedina. An article by Gnomes, Soares, and Brazier was published in 2015 detailing their arguments. In 2014, astronomers Chad Turugilo and Scott Shepard noted the similarities in orbits of Sedina In 2012 VP, several other ETNOs they proposed that are unknown planets in circular orbit between 200 and 300 AU was perturbing their orbits. Later that year, Raul Carlos de la Fuente Marcos argued that two massive planets in orbital reconnaissance were necessary to produce the similarities known as similarities. I'm getting spot massive planets were necessary to produce similarities of so many orbits, 13 known at a time, using a large sample of 39 ETNOs. They estimated that the nearer planets had semi-major axis in the range of 300 to 400 AU, relatively low eccentricity, and inclination of near 14 degrees. Fuente. Thank you. And Trulio. Trulio, okay. And I think I said Fuente correctly. I may have said it a little bit differently, but yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, so this is, some hypothetical theories about, look at all the stars. It's very hard to decipher which ones wrote which. I could see that being difficult, and I'll read the context of it. One hypothetical path through the sky of Planet 9 near Aphelion, crossing Orion west-east with about 2,000 years of motion. It is derived from that employed in the artistic conceptation on Brown's blog. All right, so where the green arrows are pointing. All right, so we see this where it says 2,000, 3,000. This is the hypothetical path of planet Nibiru, Planet X. Yes, they are. And we see, the other constellations. So many of them. Different paths. And I see Orion. Yeah, that's Orion. I see Orion. I have a picture of Orion. Because that's Orion. And then Planet 9, sort of adjacent to it. Like, where the curve is. And then that's it right there. Why is the line straight and not moving in an arc? Yeah, that's a good question. It's just because it just the way the specific graph was created, and it's only showing like a piece of it, and I'm not familiar how this graph is read. It's not the same type of orbit that we're used to seeing. It was just showing it was just showing a certain context, a certain perspective of it. I'll give more context about this. Okay. So, one hypothetical path through the sky of Planet 9 near Aphelion crossing Orion. So it's not the whole orbit, Adam. It's going through Aphelion and it's crossing Orion. Just that little section, not the entire orbit. About 2,000 years of motion. So that is 2,000 years of motion. It is derived from the artistic concept of Brown's blog. Yes, drinking of water for the working man. Yes. All right. So, Aphelion, and it's a 2,000-year period. Because they're saying that it may take thousands of years for it to completely orbit by our sun, but sometime in our lifetime, it may come, if it's still there, it may come by us. So that is the hypothetical path last 2,000 years as it crossed from 1000 AD to 2000 AD, which it's like, not AD, but that may mean something else. But basically it's showing you the path as it crossed over the span of 2,000 years, the orbit, as it goes by Orion. And Adam, I would feel the same way because, with the telescopes that we have and these different things, that they should have seen it already. And I totally agree. I agree with you. So it leads to two different options. It leads to three. Either what you're saying, that it was destroyed at some point and there's fragments of it that's still there. The second one, it's very hard to find, and because it has an eccentric orbit, like the guy that made this was saying that it has an eccentric orbit, and it's kind of hard to pinpoint where it is exactly, because like the Webb telescope was going in a certain direction. Or the third option to consider is that, okay, we have a situation where there's going to be this planet that could hypothetically cross our solar system and go very close to Earth and cause a problem, or collide with it, or cross by it and cause a situation. So the public would be afraid of this, so they've seen it already, but they hid the information that they discovered it already, conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat on, because they didn't want to cause a public panic, like with the aliens or with other things that happen. So, but there's a point where they can't hide the truth for a long time because of the internet and various factors. So they go, oh yeah, it was real. It is real. Oh look, see, it's right there. But the whole time they knew and they lied about it. But there's a point they can't hide the truth anymore. That's a conspiracy theory, in my opinion. That's very far out. May not be true. But that's just something that's possibly could be taken into consideration. But we'll see. If it's even still there or whatever it is. Hopefully at some point we get down to what the truth is. And I'm all for a refutation or to see if it was wrong, it wasn't true, that's fine. But there's some logic to support the theory that they just haven't found it yet. And they're just not too sure where it is. And I'm about to read that part right now. In early 2016, California Institute of Technology's Bateton and Brown described how the similar orbits of 6 ETNOs could be explained by Planet 9. Proposed a possible orbit for the planet. This hypothesis could also explain ETNOs with orbits perpendicular to the inner planets, and others with extreme inclinations, and have been offered an explanation of the tilt of the sun's axis. Thank you, Adam, for sharing that. And the Zachariah Stishin, I don't know about the ST word, I'm not too sure how to pronounce it. Anunnaki story. It passed Earth, and that's what caused the Great Flood of the Younger Dryas. Exactly. That's what. Yeah, I agree. That's what it caused that, and it causes issues with Earth, and it could cause different problems and things. And I'm making hypothetical theories here when basically when Jesus was crucified, it's likely that planet may have passed the sun and caused an eclipse. But it was probably some other planet or asteroid or something, but maybe that caused to pass the planet. I don't know if that's true. Something I came up with. But, something, it definitely came by our planet before. And thank you, Adam, for sharing that. In Babylonian mythology and astronomy, there's another user here named Anunnaki. He comes here very rarely. I believe he's from Iran. He was talking about how, he was telling me it was from the Babylonian mythology about it. And Nibiru was like one of the gods. So that thing was from something real. But Adam, the problem I have is with people that told me that it wasn't real. It never existed, but it did exist. Either existed and was destroyed, or it's still there now, maybe. It's like, I like how they always lie about things. Okay, Matt. See you soon. Good night. Amanda said, I don't believe anything the government tells us. If they say they haven't found something, you just know they have already. Facts, Amanda. I agree. I think I'm back. Something occurred. I'm back. Okay, Latini, he's from Iraq. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And welcome, Latina, to the show. All right, so Planet 9 was initially hypothesized to follow an eccentricity of 0.205, and its semi-major axis was estimated to be 400 to 800 AU, roughly 13 to 26 times the distance of Neptune and the Sun. It would have taken a planet between 10,000 and 20,000 years to make orbit to Earth. The Book of Gilgamesh, I think it is, Adam, but I'll have to look it up to make sure. All right, I think it is. Yes. Orbit around the Sun. So it would take 20,000 to 10,000 years to go around the Sun. And its inclination to an ecliptic planet of Earth's orbit was projected to be 15 to 25 degrees. The aphelion, or farthest point from the Sun, would be the general direction of the constellation of Taurus, whereas the perihelion, the nearest point of the Sun, would be general direction of the southerly areas of Serpens and Ophiuchus and Libria. Brown thinks that if a planet 9 exists, a probe could reach it as little as 20 years by using the powered slight shot trajectory around the Sun. So the Webb telescope probably wouldn't have even found it, and a probe could reach it in 20 years. So this thing's really, it seems like it's difficult for them to figure out where it is, and it's some far out area where they can't really pinpoint exactly where it is. It's sort of like if there's something in the ocean. Like, okay, for instance, Titanic. It took them until 1980, I believe 1980, to find the Titanic. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Like, sometimes it takes a while to find things, or they already did find it, and they know it's there, and they're lying to us. Anunnaki the One is awesome, Latina, absolutely. Only issue with Zechariah Stitchin is he translated the ancient Babylonian incorrectly, so he kind of discounted himself. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting us know, Latina. I mean, not Latina. I mean, Adam. I'm the spaceship fumes are getting to me. All right. Mass and radius. The planet is estimated to have 5 to 10 times the mass and 2 to 4 times of the radius of Earth. Brown thinks that if Planet 9 exists, its mass is sufficient to clear its orbit of large bodies of 4.5 billion years, the age of the solar system, and that its gravity dominates the outer edge of the solar system, which is sufficient to make it a planet by current definitions. Astronomer Jean Luc Margot has also started not started but stated that Planet 9 satisfies his criteria and would qualify as a planet if and when detected. Yo, exactly, Adam. I thought of that myself. And I always say better a needle in a haystack is better than trying to find a needle in a stack of trying to find needle in a stack of needles. Yeah, exactly. Latina said right, exactly. We'll all get sucked out. Latina said, "Have you already discussed how the Titanic was supposedly set up to red rum a bunch of wealthy bankers to lessen the competition?" Well, Latina, there's a situation that occurred where you had many people on the Titanic that opposed the Federal Reserve, and conveniently, they all happened to get deleted on the Titanic when it sunk. So it's an interesting thought, that they happened to perish on there. I do think that it was sunk by mistake, or really was done poorly. They should have had the Titanic struck the iceberg directly. It's like an icebreaker. It would have just been stuck in there, and two flood compartments would have breached, but it wouldn't have sunk. So it was piloted incorrectly. But I think that it's just very interesting, Latina. It's a good point that there happened to all perish on there. Maybe it was not done on purpose, or maybe it was done on purpose. I don't know for sure, but it's a fruit for thought to bring up. And I didn't bring it up this time because this was not specifically the Titanic stream that I'll do next time. But yeah, I don't mind bringing it up at the moment. So thank you, Latina, for bringing that up. And all right, origin. Several possible origins for Planet 9 have been examined, including its ejection from the neighborhood of the known giant planets, capture from another star, and in situ from formation. In their initial article, Baton and Brown proposed the Planet 9 formed closer to the Sun and was ejected into a distant eccentric orbit following a close encounter with Jupiter or Saturn during the nebular epoch. Then either the gravity of nearby star, drag from the gaseous remnants of the solar nebula reduced the electricity of its orbit. This process raised its perihelion, leaving it in a very wide but stable orbit beyond the influence of the other planets. A lot of information from a planet that doesn't exist. Yeah. Right. Yes. Yes, Martina. Martina, I know. Adam, thank you. We'll talk about this on another stream. Keep on a lookout for him. Thank you for coming. and have a great night and a blessed weekend holiday for the Memorial Weekend. All right, and I thank you for your theories and discussing this with me. Let's see, I know, right? I've only been catching aliens' lives. Just been staying offline a lot. I hope you've been doing great. Yeah, facts. Several possible origins of Planet Nine have been examined, including its ejection from the neighborhood of the known giant planets, capture from another star, and I just said that. All right. So the odds of this occurring has been estimated a few percent. If it had been flung into the solar system's farthest reaches, Planet Nine could have accelerated more mass from the protoplanetary disk and developed into the core of gas giants or ice giant. Instead, its growth was halted early, leaving it with a lower mass than Uranus or Neptune. Yeah, that's really cool, Latino. You're watching that. Dynamical friction from a massive belt of planetismals also could have enabled Planet Nine's capture into a stable orbit. Recent models propose that a 6 to 130 ME disk of planetismals could have formed as gas and was cleared from the outer parts of the protoplanetary disk. As Planet Nine passed through this disk, gravity would alter the paths of the individual objects in a way that reduced Planet Nine's velocity relative to it. This would lower the eccentricity of Planet Nine and stabilize its orbit. If this disk had distant inner 100 200 AU, a planet encountering Neptune would have 20% chance of being captured in an orbit similar to that proposed from Planet 9, with observed clustering more likely in the inner edge of 200 AU. Unlike the gas nebula, the planetismal disk is likely to have been long-lived, potentially allowing a later capture. Latina, the I'm talking about a specific planet called Planet 10, Planet 9, that's allegedly outside of our solar system a little bit, but it still orbits our sun. I did the video about it, you remember, about Planet Nibiru. I'm just discussing that right now. And there's a new planet that was found that wasn't Nibiru. Let us know what it is. And I'm not talking about a star right now, just Planet Nibiru right now. Something I was looking at like the Friday before last was that people were inventing flying machines and flying them around everywhere, and people would test it, and people had no idea what they were. So it's like you would see a flying thing in the sky, a giant thing flying in the sky. They didn't know what it was. Now, there was aliens, of course, that they were seeing, but I'm talking about the Zeppelins and stuff they were developing. And there was like an 1800s version of it. And that's so mysterious and cool in a way. That people were inventing stuff like that. Because with a DC circuit, which I was learning about, it's like you take a magnet and another magnet and you switch them around and it starts to spin. So you put it on a coil all on these two sides. You have all these different magnets. And then the magnet in the middle keeps switching back and forth and it spins. Then you add other wires to, help the effect of it. And then it just keeps spinning. That's what's inside your fans. That's inside the motors and your engines and stuff. Okay, Latina, thank you. An encounter with another star could have also altered the orbit of the distant planet, shifting it from a circular to an eccentric orbit. The in situ formation of a planet at the distance would require a very massive and extensive disk, or the outward drift of the solids and disappearing disk, forming a narrow ring from which the planet excreted over over a billion years. If a planet formed at such a great distance while the sun was in the original cluster, the probability of this in remaining bound to the sun is highly eccentric orbit is roughly 10%. However, while the sun remained in the open cluster where it formed, any extended disk would have been subject to gravitational distribution by passing stars and by mass due to photo evaporation. Planet 9 could have been captured from outside the solar system during a close encounter between the Sun and another star. If a planet was distant orbit around the star, three body interactions during the encounter could alter the planet's path, leaving it in a stable orbit around the Sun. A planet originating in a system without Jupiter mass planets could remain in a distant, eccentric orbit for a long time, increasing its chances of capture. The wider range of possible orbits would reduce odds of the capture. Its relatively low inclination orbit, Sir Amir Sir Aj and Avi Loeb found the odds of the sun capturing planet 9 increases by 20 times if the sun once had a distant equal mass binary companion. This process could also occur with rogue planets, but the likelihood of their capture is much smaller, with only 0.05 to 10%. Okay, Latina, thank you. Evidence. The gravitational influence of Planet 9 would explain four peculiarities in the solar system: the clustering of the orbits of ETNOs, the high perhelia of objects like 90377 Sedina that detach from Neptune's influence, the high inclinations of ETNOs with orbits roughly perpendicular to the orbits of 8 known planets. High inclination trans-Neptunian objects with semi-major axis less than 100 AU. The clustering of orbits of TNOs with large semi-major axis was first described by Torju Trulio and Shepard, who noted that the similarities between the two orbits of Sedina and 2012 PV without the presence of Planet 9. All right, looking at a link. Okay. All right. I'm going to read some of this, and then I'm going to show the planet that Latina's talking about. Planet 9, these orbits should be distributed randomly without the preference of any direction upon further analysis. Yeah, okay, I read that. All right. Alignments. Trulio and Shepard propose that this alignment was caused by a massive unknown planet beyond Neptune via the Kansai mechanism. From objects with similar semi-major axis in the Kansai mechanism would confine your arguments of perihelion to near 0 to 180 degrees. Confinement allows objects with eccentric and inclined orbits to avoid close approaches to the planet because they would cross the plane of Planet 9's orbit at their closest and farthest points from the Sun, and cross the planet's orbit when they are well above or below its orbit. Trulio and Shepard's hypothesis about how objects would be aligned by the Kozai mechanisms have been supplanted by further analysis and evidence. It's showing you orbits, correlations among six distant, not different, but distant trans-Neptunian objects led to the hypothesis. Baton and Brown also found that the orbits of the 6 Etinos with semi-major axis greater than 250 AU and pre-Helia beyond the 30 AU Sedina 2010 were aligned in space in the pre-Helia in roughly the same direction, resulting in clustering of the longitudes of perihelion, the locations where their closest approaches to the Sun. The orbits of the 6 objects were also tilted with respect to that of the Eclectic and approximately coplanar, producing a clustering of their longitudes ascending nodes. Yeah, so this is just kind of explaining what I was saying earlier, that they're seeing something cluster in a certain region, and they think that Planet 9 is the culprit here. Right. Now I want to get to the article Latina's talking about, and on the other stream, I'll review more about the Nibiru. I'm going to do it in parts. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. See how it does with the stream. Okay. Newly discovered planet may be able to support human life. Alright. Scientists have discovered a new planet that may be able to support human life according to a new study. The study, published in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Association on Thursday, named new planet Gliese 12b. Scientists said in the study that the planet is the nearest transisting temperature Earth-sized planet found to date. The international team of scientists discovered the planet by using NASA's Transiting Exoplanet Survey satellite. Scientists say that it's one of the few rocky planets discovered that have potential for humans to survive on, but the planet is light years away. Gliese 12b is only a little smaller than Earth. It's an exoplanet, which means it orbits a small, cool red dwarf star. The planet also bears some similarities to Venus, which is often dubbed Earth's twin because of similarities they share. A year on Gliese 12b, the planet receives about 1.6 times more energy from the star than Earth does, from scientists said. The planet has an estimated surface temperature only 50 Fahrenheit to warmer than Earth's. Thrillingly, the planet is closer to Earth's size and temperature planet. We know Thomas Wilson, one of the study's authors, told BBC planet like 12b are very few and far between. So for us to be able to examine one so closely and learn about the atmosphere and temperature is very rare. In order to find out if 12b could support human life, scientists will need to determine if it has an atmosphere similar to Earth, one that could have water on its surface, since that is essential for a planet to be habitable. But scientists said they were still unsure what kind of atmosphere it had, if any at all. Scientists say that planet was a good candidate for further atmospheric study. Yeah, well, thank you, Latina, for that. That was a good read. It's interesting to see planets that could possibly support life. And I was seeing a video about the sounds that different planets make, and a lot of them sound horrid. They sound like ambient spaceship sound effects. Like they sound like some kind of horror movie. But Earth gives off tweeting birds. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like tweeting noises. So our Earth's frequency gives off that. It's like there's life here. That's what the planet gives off. Yeah, so this is Venus that they're talking about, and that's the poisonous atmosphere of Venus. So it's so yellow looking. So our planet, that definitely there's a god that created the planets and things, because it's like for us to be here and for it all to work out the way it did, like a fraction of a fraction of a percentage. Yes, Latina. Yes. I was like studying planets and things. I remember there was like my school when I was a kid. They had these things with the planets, and we did a lot of plays. And I did a play about the planet, and we all had to have one planet. And I was Mercury, and Mercury was like a rap thing. It was like Yo Yo Mercury, Yo Yo Mercury. Yeah. So that was Mercury was my planet. Yeah, it's so cool to see the different planet and how the ground looks different, and seeing the lightning bolts and stuff. It's very fascinating. It's kind of scary in a way. Yeah, exactly. It's like a moon of Neptune. And that's Neptune. It's nice and blue. It's gaseous. It's a gas. Oh yeah, Latina. I'm glad that you like to learn new things from them. Alright, and Pluto. This is Pluto, which I believe is a planet. Now that's its surface. And it has hot and contained oceans inside of it. All right. There was like a snail that was seen on this planet. So like this is allegedly a space snail that was seen on Pluto. So it has life and it has like the snail thing that's chilling. That was pretty cool. Yeah, so that's like an idea of what the space snail is. Yeah, he's just like enjoying himself on the surface. Yeah, the snail aliens. And I think that's really cool that they have that and it's going in these different directions. You can see that it has like a pathway that it went through. You know, like some intelligent life form did that. Thank you all for the support. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's real. I could investigate further. And let's see how this goes. If the website, if it causes the stream to slow down or whatever, I'll see if I could see how this goes. Okay, this should be okay. Snails discovered on Pluto. NASA picks from 4.6 billion miles away. Shock scientific community. The creatures not only resemble a snail, but seem to leave a slime-like trail behind them. The images were spotted among alien images were spotted among raft photographs taken by NASA, New Horizon, Deep Space Probe, which set off the solar system's most distant dwarf planet, Pluto. Yeah, it's real. The images from the New Horizons Long Range Reconnaissance Imager, LORI, were taken during the flyover the Sputnik Planium 20 kilometers wide icy planet of Pluto. Oh my goodness. Predictably, the snails set the internet align with claims and counterclaims of alien life. Astronomer and image analyst Mark D. Antonio said, "New Horizons has shown us visuals of Pluto we have never seen before, unprecedented images. These images included ones which look like snails. You can see might be a shell and head, and it's really strange. It even looks like it is leaving a trail. So are we really seeing space snails on Pluto?" NASA scientists are not convinced. Their best explanation is that despite being downgraded to a dwarf planet, it is very geologically active, and the sea of frozen nitrogen in the interior is subject to incredible pressure, making it behave like a liquid. The nitrogen pushed the surface over thousands of years, but because of water ice is less dense than frozen nitrogen, huge icebergs are formed floating on the nitrogen. NASA says the snail is basically a dirty block of water ice being pulled through denser solid nitrogen by currents caused by density and differences. William McKinnon, deputy lead researcher, Horizon Geology, Geophysics, and Imaging term said, "This part of Pluto is acting like a lava lamp, if you can imagine a lava lamp as wide as even deeper than that." I think it's possible it could be a snail, but who really knows for sure? It's a probe, Amanda. The alien images were spotted among rafted photographs taken by NASA's New Horizons Deep Space Probe. So that's what it was called, Amanda. Alright, that was called. Alright. I'll explain what a probe is. To search into and explore very thoroughly. Probe. Alright, and let's see. Alright. A space probe is an unpiloted, unmanned device sent to explore space and gather scientific information. That's a probe, Amanda. It's like a satellite, yes. And it goes through space and it picks up pictures and it sends it back to our planet. So that's basically what that thing did with the space snail. That like went by Pluto and took pictures of, well, whatever it was, if it was a block of ice or a space snail. They took the pictures and sent it back to Earth wirelessly. Oh, I know, right, Amanda? It's really incredible. And that's another one. See, that's one flying around through space. Really fascinating, really fascinating indeed. Yeah, and that's just some like research I like to look into about these probes and things. That's how we study the sky and stuff like that. Some other diagrams about how it works. I'll look it up, Amanda. October 4, 1957. The Voyager 1 is the first human-made object to venture into interstellar space. Voyager 1 discovered a thin ring around Jupiter and two new Jovian moons, Thebae, Metis, a Saturn. Voyager 1 found five new moons and a new ring called the G ring. Oh, Amanda, absolutely. The technology went really fast in a short period of time, for sure. Absolutely. January 31st, 1958, Explorer 1 became the first successfully launched satellite by the United States when it was sent to space on January 31st, 1958, a quick response to the Soviet Union's launch of Sputnik 1. Explorers marked the beginning of the U.S. space age. You're welcome. Yeah, this was the first probe that was sent into space. Alright, so Amanda said, I wonder why they don't try to explore more oceans. Oh, I know, because it's like I've been fascinated, Amanda, something I've been studying has been sharks. Because on Discovery Channel, I liked watching Shark Week. And it's like we're getting close to that, and I like studying about sharks. In the past few days, I've been looking at documentaries and studying things about sharks, and it's like I was watching something about the sharks, and I was so blue in the water and all, I started falling asleep. And I fell asleep, and I was dreaming, and I woke up, and I'm like, wow, I just went somewhere else, and then here I am. Yeah, but James Cameron was saying there's more things in the oceans than there are, there's so many things in the ocean we have not discovered. I'll show you, these are sharks, I'll show you the abyssal creatures. Yeah, they are, Amanda. They are. Yeah, these are the abyssal fish. You like see through them. They also glow, and they're transparent. There's also the anglerfish. And this like vampire fish. See, look at these things. There's so many of these things have not been discovered, and they should go down the oceans more and see what's under there. And this thing looks like a monster. Anglerfish. Amanda said there's probably so many more creatures we've yet to discover in the ocean. I hope one day they figure out a way to learn more safely. Oh, I agree, Amanda, and especially not using Stockton Rush's method. Yeah, so my friend and I, him and I used to, like, we were in, like, the literature part of the class. Like, we were, like, with one teacher, like, 7th grade, and she would teach us different things, like, different subjects. And, like, different parts of the day. And we were taught about literature, like, and about definitions of words and stuff. And one of the words was abyss, and him and I were sitting in the table in the middle of the room, in the round table, and he was saying, abyssal fish are real interesting. And he said there's this trench where you have all these fish and they glow and they look crazy looking. I know that from Finding Nemo. And then he was like, all right. I was like, all right. And I went and researched it too. When I was first starting my streams, I did a late night stream and Rebel was there and I talked about the abyssal fish the whole time. It was very short, but we did it, and I haven't done that in a long time. I need to do that again. I think what I'm going to do at the next stream, next week, next Friday, it's going to be about the Titanic and the abyssal fish. Maybe one or the other, something like that. Well, that's true, Amanda. You have a point there. You have a point there. This is when it's washed up on shore. Now look at these weird things. Wow. They look crazy. They're really cool. I like them. God made some interesting things. Yeah, these things. They're glowing. Oh, look at this cool little critter right here. Yeah, he's balling. Yeah, he has bling, just like built into him. The OGs right here. All right. So we got this one. This one's glowing and showing. You got the transparent squid dude. Pretty cool. Thank you, Latina, for letting us know. Okay. Okay, Latina. Got some glowing jellyfish. Oh, when I go to the aquarium in New Orleans, I'll make videos about it in shorts and I'll put them on YouTube for y'all. Cause I'm gonna go there at some point. I haven't been to the aquarium in many years, but I'm gonna go there at some point soon. And you have all kinds of glowing things like this, and I'm gonna show y'all. It's been years. Yeah, man, I don't blame you. It is very scary. And that's what the people in the submersible saw. They saw these glowing things before they exploded, before they imploded, rather. That's how deep they were. All right, everybody. Guess what? There's an update about the Titan submersible. We're going to go there right now. All right. Latina says, I got some new fish called glowfish teras. They're so pretty, and I got the rocks and decorations that glow to some live plants and snails. Well, Latina, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing that with us. All right, here we go. Let's get right into the news. Ocean Gate Titan sub key update on submersible investigation ahead of anniversary of tragedy that killed 5. That's funny, Latina. That's a cool decoration. The U.S. Coast Guard has issued an update on the investigation into the Titan submersible disaster, almost a year later on from the tragedy that claimed 5 lives. On June 18, on 18 June 2023, the OceanGate Titan sub lost contact with the ship's crew, and nearly 2 hours later into expedition to the wreck of the Titanic, the North Atlantic, and a gripping search and rescue mission for the vessel, which just lasted 6.7 meters long, was quickly underway in a bid of rescue the trapped crew before the vessel's 96-hour oxygen supply ran out. Throughout, there had been some hope that 5 men on board, Hamash Harding, Stockton Rush, Shaz Ada, and Solomon Dawood, and Paul Henry Nargelet, were alive after the rescue crews reported hearing intermittent banging noises. But shortly after the timer on the sub's oxygen supply would run out, debris from the wreck were found, and it emerged that the sub had imploded, killing all on board. The remains of the sub were discovered just 500 meters from the bow of the Titanic, which famously sank in April 1912, killing an estimated 1,500 people. The Coast Guard confirmed that it had recovered presumed human remains from the site on 28 June. Now the Coast Guard has revealed that this investigation is in fact finding stage almost a year on from the tragedy. A spokesperson for the Coast Guard told The Independent the Titan Marine Board of Investigation remains, in fact, finding phase of investigation and is collecting relevant evidence and information. A projected completion date is not available. The latter part of the fact finding phase will include a public hearing, and the MBI will provide at least 60 days notice ahead of the public hearing. Latina, that's really cool. I believe it. That's really cool that they glow. Awesome. Shortly after the disaster, the privately owned company, which organized the expedition at a cost of $2,500 per passenger, OceanGate, not OceanGate, but OceanGate, ceased operation, pending the ongoing investigation. The last official update came from the U.S. Coast Guard November 2023, when it was announced that the review of the evidence from the disaster was conducted on November 8. This came following an update in October when it was announced that remaining debris had been removed and transferred from the ocean floor on the 4th of October. The Coast Guard said the recovered evidence was successfully transferred to the U.S. port of Cataloging and analysis. Cataloging, rather. Additional presumed human remains were carefully recovered from within the Titan's debris and transported from an analyst by U.S. medical professionals, the MBI coordinating with the TNSB and other international investigative agencies to the scheduled joint evidence review of recovered Titan debris. The MBI will continue evidence analysis and witness interviews ahead of the public hearings regarding the tragedy. Those are the people that were deleted. It is believed that the catastrophic implosion which destroyed the Titan took place shortly after it lost contact with the surface. The U.S. defense official told the Wall Street Journal that the implosion was detected on the U.S. Navy's secret underwater microphones, a claim that was also reported by the Associated Press. The U.S. Navy conducted an analysis of acoustic data and detected anomaly consisted within an implosion or explosion in general vicinity of where the Titan submersible was operating when communications were lost, a senior official told the Wall Street Journal. While not definitive, this information was immediately shared within the incident commander to assist with the ongoing search and rescue mission. Following disaster, questions were raised about the safety, extreme tourism, and the ethics of commercializing the Titanic wreckage. It is speculated that the submersible imploded as a result of failure or weakness in its design. Alright, so that's the update about it. This one's saying that the Titan sub might have imploded from micro bulking. Amanda, the hearing is for like what happened and what took place, and just reviewing about what the reasons were for the implosion, and you know why this happened, and more about the remains and stuff like that. This one is saying the Titan sub might have imploded from micro bulking. The five people who perished aboard the Titan Ocean Gate vessel as it plunged thousands of feet below the sea level could have been victims of micro bulking. A new study suggests. Small imperfections in the thin-walled structure may have been more damaged with every trip the vessel took to visit the Titanic's final resting place, until finally gave until vessel finally resting place on the bottom of the ocean. Right. Exactly. In the paper published in the Proceedings in the National Academy, earlier this month, that the experts examined the slenderness of the hemispherical shell with random imperfections, much like the submersible itself, is extra it was susceptible to bulking. Bulking is the simplest explanation. You can take long-term spaghetti and push it with two fingers, and what's happening is going to bulk. It's going to buckle, essentially. It's going to snap. Roberto Lineri, one of the paper's authors, University Department of Chair of Civil Environmental Engineering, told the Post. That's what buckling is. It's when you compress something and it deforms by a significant amount because of instability. Buckling, rather. Barony emphasized that the study did not directly examine whether the micro-bulking contributed to the Titan failure, but studied vessels similar to the shape and materials. There are still several other potential causes for a disaster, including issues with the hull's carbon fiber composite material, but the bulking effect could be one. Much like the car or plane, a spherical shell submersible was designed to carry large loads, but small imperfections, even those invisible to the eye, provide a weak point for pressuring for conjugate, imply the collapsing the thin walls of the vessel. The Titan submersible had made more than 50 dives without any issues before its infamous implosion. But each trip may have caused more damage to the hull until ultimately lost integrity. Possibility that the hull, made of carbon fiber composite, had degraded in some way is something experts consider, Barony told the Post. University of Houston team used computer simulations to determine the Titan's susceptible susceptibility to micro bulking based on its shape. Susceptibility. I said it right that time. That word was a bit of a tongue twister for me. Although the simulations did not analyze whether microbulking caused the Titan implosion, the research may reveal what caused the disaster. The buckling may have begun at the point of most severe imperfections, but since the flaws are randomly distributed around the shell of the vessel like a Titan, it's still impossible to know whether the failure might have occurred. This randomness has profound implications of the statistics of the critical bulking pressure of the shell, said Barlarni. It's teased that his team might do separate investigation into the cause of the Titan failure. So, like, that's what I'm saying, Amanda. They're going to try to investigate this thing further to see what exactly happened here. You're welcome, Amanda. I'm glad to do the update about what's going on with the submersible and things like that. And also, this stream was very good, and I liked researching the random different things. And also, I want to say that, yeah, and Latina, thank you for the links. And I like it was a very good stream tonight, good crowd. And I finished the topics I want to talk about, so the stream is ending. It's over for tonight. So we're going to say our final thoughts. So yeah, I liked it because of the research about random different things. It's eclectic. We talked about the trials and different stuff. Very, very pleasant this time. With very good crowd. Very good crowd. The other streams were nice too. I'm not saying that, but I really liked the different things we talked about this time. The next Friday, I'm going to talk more about the Titanic and the abyssal creatures. We'll go more aquatic. I want to go down that route anyway. That's something I've been needing to do. Yes, Latina, it's over for tonight. We're done. And also, Amanda says, I can't wait till they let us know what else they discover. Oh, yeah. Let us know what they discover. Yeah. And also, I look forward to seeing what else they discover. And next week we'll be talking about the ocean, the abyssal fish, and the different sea creatures, and the Titanic. And thank you, Latina, for helping out. You did a great job. Yeah, Latina, very good job. Thank you. All right. And y'all have a great Memorial Day. Have a blessed weekend. Blessings to all of you and those watching the rerun. All right. Peace and good night, good morning. All right. It is going to be absolutely. Amanda.